no sunshine when she's gone. It's not warm when she's away. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. She's always gone too long. Anytime she goes away, I wonder this time where she's gone. Wonder this time will she stay. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. This house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away. Anytime she goes away. I know, 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 I know. And leaving your thing alone. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Only darkness every day. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. She's always gone too long. Anytime she goes away. Anytime she goes away.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live show now as we get rolling on a Thursday. Bud Light game night later tonight at the Battery. More on that and what we'll be talking about. The word of the day, were you guys Sesame Street or PBS folks back in the day?
Yeah.
Were you raised by public television? Did you ever spend any time?
Yeah. Sesame Street and Electric Company.
Yeah, I didn't like the Electric Company.
Yeah, I like the Electric Company.
Word of the day today. They used to have word of the days in some of those shows. Our word of the day
Remember Electric Company, though? You throw it out, you go, mother, and what would you say?
Father.
I do remember that. I wasn't cool enough for the Electric Company. I always felt like those kids were cooler than my trailer park. I was like, oh, those kids wouldn't be my friend. No way.
Big Bird would, though.
Yeah, they liked everybody on Sesame Street. Word of the day is churn.
All right. Churn? C-H-U-R-N?
Yes.
Like to churn butter?
Or churning of a roster or coaching staff. Churn is the word today.
Okay.
Everywhere I read last night, that became the big word on the transfer portal. I read several different stories, different outlets, and they all went back to the same word, churn. It's, Florida needed a churning of their roster, or so-and-so needed a churning of their coaching staff. So churn is the word today. Let's start with a big coaching move. Deion has got a great recruiter, and his DC, by some terms, maybe he'll be somebody else on the coaching staff, but Charles Kelly is on his way out to the Colorado staff there from the Alabama coaching staff. He's an Auburn graduate. He's been at Alabama the last few years, known as a dynamic coach and recruiter, and he's joining the Deion Sanders staff. This is a churning of the staff in Tuscaloosa, but being recognized as a pretty good get by Deion in Colorado.
I think it's a really good get by Deion in Colorado. We had heard this had been churning for days now, and the people that I talked to said, Alabama and Nick Saban, they want to keep Charles Kelly. They don't want him going anywhere. More than likely, this is just a flirtation. Charles isn't going anywhere. Well, that didn't happen. And I think that what this shows you is this lends credibility to what Deion's doing. If a guy like Charles Kelly is going to leave Alabama, and who knows, if Pete Golding ultimately is gone, Charles Kelly would be in the mix to be the DC. I'm not saying he would be.
Yeah, I don't think he would have been, but I think he would have been in the mix.
Yeah,
I don't know that his
mix.
DC days were good enough to just hand him the title.
But for him to roll the dice and go with Deion as his defense coordinator, that shows you he believes in what Deion can build.
The only thing that flips the script on this for me, Brown, is signing day is the 21st. We did expect some churn in that coaching staff in Tuscaloosa, but as I was telling friends last night, I did not expect it to happen until December 22nd.
That's right. Get past that first signing day. Michael says, would somebody please churn Bill O'Brien?
Yeah, well, and I, all that, I expect it to happen. Bill O'Brien going back to the NFL, there's no deadline on that. If Pete Golding is leaving, then where is he going to hook up, and when is that going to happen? But with December 21st, the early signing period being so late, which is a contradiction in terms there, but it does seem a little later for the early signing period now to be December 21st. I mean, we got some big recruiting days coming up, and you wonder if Charles Kelly's departure brings anybody off of that coaching, off that recruiting list.
You'll probably lose analyst. I mean, he'll probably take an analyst with him because somebody gets to go from being an analyst in Tuscaloosa to being an on-the-field coach at Colorado. It's a great place to start, right? And you're starting under Deion's staff. You're talking about losing recruits?
Yeah,
I
mean,
would
you
be
never know.
surprised at that. Yeah, I'd be surprised at that. But you never know. You're right. You do never know.
I'm not saying leave Alabama's recruiting class and go to Colorado's. I'm saying, Charles was the guy that I was closest to.
The guy that's close to committing to Alabama might go to Colorado.
I may dump Alabama and go to Georgia or Ohio State.
Again, I'd be surprised at that, but you never know. I mean, you really never know. What is far more interesting to me is, more so than the recruiting, is the makeup of this Alabama staff. So if you guys would play the seesaw game real quick, for those that are new to the seesaw game is basically a way we go from 0 to 100%. So let's do seesaw here on 3 questions, all right?
Feet on the ground at 0, 100%. You're all the way up.
100%, it's going to happen. Seesaw game. Seesaw that both coordinators are back in Tuscaloosa next year for you.
I would go 33%.
One out of 3. Lance, both coordinators back in Tuscaloosa.
Both? 3%.
3%. Seesaw, one coordinator is back.
Wait, no, so for you, though. What about
for
both?
me, I would go 5%.
So you guys think both coordinators are gone?
No, what I'm saying is he said both coordinators back.
Both coordinators back.
Oh, okay.
Jim is going to re-answer his question.
No, I'm still 33%.
Okay, all right, good.
I was correct.
I don't think there's any chance.
Seesaw, one of the two are back.
That is the answer. I went 33% on that too. I think one of the two is back.
Well, we got to churn your ass out of here. Yes. I'm going to go 33% on that. Okay. One of the two will be back.
I'll go 50-50.
I always get confused on these.
Clearly.
On these games.
Seesaw.
Do I want to be high in the air or low in the air on the seesaw?
Seesaw, both are back. Oh, wait, I've already done that one. Yeah. Seesaw Z, Jim's got me thrown. Seesaw 0 back. No coordinators back.
I would say that is 66%.
I believe one of these
same math that I just did for.
I believe one of these is 33%. I'm going to keep my answer at 33%, and I've got one of those right.
So you think it's most likely there are 0, 1, or 2 back?
I think one is back.
You can't say most likely. You had the same percentage on all of them.
I think it's most likely. Well, the Charles Kelly thing I think changes things a little bit. I really do.
In what way?
Well, if you were going to get rid of Pete Golding or you were going to allow him to, take off, I think now losing Charles Kelly, how much makeover do you want?
Oh, I think you'll get an extensive amount of makeover on the entire staff, defensive included.
That's where I was going, Brown. I thought eventually after signing day, I thought there would be a lot of churn on this Alabama coaching staff.
There's no doubt, yeah.
That's where I was going on this. I just really thought that it wouldn't happen until after December 21st. It's almost a gentleman's agreement that, okay, I know you may be taking another job, but you can't, let's get through this signing day because we've all been working this, and this is sort of, a bad move if you walk out, 2 weeks before signing day.
And don't forget, wherever, say, Pete Golding might be going. Let's say Pete Golding's out in Tuscaloosa. Wherever he might be going.
Let's say Texas.
All right, let's say Texas. Now, I don't know why you picked Texas, but let's say Texas.
Let's say Texas.
I mean, if they don't hire Gary, if they had an opening and hired him over Gary Patterson.
Well, I'm just saying. Let's just say Texas.
All right, Texas. let's say Pete Golding's going to Texas. The same is true at Texas. They're trying to get through that signing date without any churn in their staff. So I don't know if it's a gentleman's agreement or if it's what's best for me, and it just so happens to be what's best for you too. So this is the way we're going to roll with it. So just because it hasn't happened yet, because these haven't been announced, I don't think that doesn't mean it's not happening. I'm with you. I think they're going to get as close as they can to that signing day, if not after that signing day, before any of this goes down.
Yeah, so that's Charles Kelly to Colorado, where he will join up with Deion Sanders. He has been at Alabama. He's with Jimbo Fisher at Florida State, 14-17. Came on that coaching staff right after the national championship and helped ride that
they
down
got
in
to
Jimbo.
a college football playoff in that year one, but they got completely
scorched.
destroyed by Oregon. And they lived on the edge that entire season.
And I'm confused, though, because there were reports yesterday at one point that Mike Zimmer, the one time, and he's a fabulous NFL defensive coordinator and was a good head coach, who has been working at Jackson State with Deion Sanders. There was reports yesterday that he was going to be the DC at Colorado at some point, but I guess that's not happening now. I assume Mike is still going to go to Boulder with Deion. We'll see if that ends up being the case.
I think Mike seems like a guy that always has the lipper in, and he seems like a guy that loves football, but probably doesn't want to recruit.
Exactly.
It's my guess.
Don't have to be the coordinator to do that. And that may be where Gary Patterson is in his career, Brown.
Which is what? I just want to be an analyst behind the scenes?
If I'm the analyst, I don't have to worry about anything but ball, and that's what he did this year with Texas. Our show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Michelson. Here's who's on the show later on. Josh Pate will join us. Late Kick Josh, one of the more popular college football voices out there, if not the most popular, joins us at 10 Central today, starting hour number 2. And Andy Kennedy, the coach, is with us right after Trash at 11:45 Central today. We'll be talking basketball a little bit later on. A little bit more churn happening after LT tells us about our friends at Michelson.
Yeah, hey, look, find out if LASIK is right for you. If you've been procrastinating, thinking about it, you wear the eyeglasses, the contacts, you're wasting money each and every year. I'm speaking from experience. I wore contacts for about a decade. I didn't even realize I had 20/20 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. After I went in, got screened out, got the procedure done, I now have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. This is 20 years after the procedure. Make the phone call today, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with that hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, the best in the business. For more information, go online, MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Jay Price, so keep the coaches long enough to get the kids to commit to the coach recruiting them and then bolt the next day for another job. Solid logic.
Well, that's the way it works.
That's the way it works.
Yeah, I hate to tell you.
Yeah. Paul, I think it would help if recruits knew O'Brien and Golding were leaving. That is one side of the coin for some Alabama fans.
Yeah, it's easy to say as a fan, but keep in mind, the vast majority of the time, a kid that is going to commit, his relationships with the assistant. The head coach comes in as the closer, and he's the star of the show, but his real relationships with the assistant. So it's easy for a fan to say that because you look at it from one way, but the kid's looking at it as my biggest connection to that school is now gone. That's why they operate this way.
Absolutely, 100%. Another churn of the roster in our word of the day. Alabama fans since the loss to Tennessee really have been all in on Drake May leaving North Carolina and coming to Alabama. It was one of those things that most Alabama fans just thought it was a done deal.
I brought this up.
It came down to North Carolina and Alabama in recruiting. He went to North Carolina. He has family ties and everything. Yesterday, Drake May says, I'm staying here. Why would I leave?
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. Look, I mean, the reasons he would leave is more high profile, ability to win championship, the brand, that kind of stuff. But he is a North Carolina kid. I mean, his dad played there. His brother was a basketball star. I said this months ago, I was going to be surprised if he was going to take off. I still think there's going to be another name or two that probably drops in the portal.
Do you think
quarterback-wise?
Quarterback-wise,
and
yeah.
I don't know why this is the case, why he has to do it, but do you think it is weird or unfair or whatever adjective you want to put on it that a kid has to release a statement saying or an Instagram post or whatever it was saying he's staying at a school where he's already playing?
No, it is odd that it happened, but this had gotten to be such a popular belief that he was leaving North Carolina.
I know
that eventually he had to.
I
had to put that out.
I
right?
know why he did, but
Yeah.
I'm saying, do you think it's unfair? I mean, like, could he have gotten away with just not saying anything?
Yeah, but I think he wanted to nip it in the bud and just be done with it.
Yeah.
Well, in personal stuff like Hollywood stuff, Did Jessica Biel eventually have to say that Justin Timberlake rumor got to be so crazy from that movie filming and holding hands or whatever? Didn't she end up having
a hand on a thigh?
but there was
Didn't she have to make a comment?
But there was photographic evidence of it in that situation. I mean, this would be
They
akin.
were acting.
This would be akin to me saying, "Hey, I guess I got to say this. I did not rob the bank the other day."
Yeah.
Well, there's no reason I've got to say that. I wasn't robbing a bank yesterday. But if I'm Drake, I guess all I'm saying is it's a bit unfair to Drake May because now it makes it look as if he was thinking about leaving, but has decided to stay.
Yeah,
well,
but at
And
the
he may
same
never
time-
have even considered it one time.
Well, one of the things we knew was going to happen or had been rumored in the business was that Phil Longo was going to be moving on. And a lot of people thought maybe he was going to join Hugh Freeze at Auburn. It ends up he joins Luke Fickell at Wisconsin. And with that news happening yesterday, then that only fueled the fire, Brown, at that point that, oh, well, there goes Longo, his offensive coordinator. So this Drake May thing must be happening because Longo's out. So May's going to hit the portal because that's the way everyone was reacting yesterday. That's when you just have to step in and go, hey, look, I'm not going anywhere.
And this would have been the best quarterback Wisconsin's had since Russell Wilson if he was to go to Wisconsin. No telling what they would have paid him for that. But, my speculation is teammates, fans, students in bars, everyone was asking him, please stay. We hear you're going. And I think he just wanted to throw it out there publicly to say, I'm done.
I guess it's just weird that we live in a world. We've lived in a world a long time where head coaches flirt with other jobs, or maybe even they don't, and their name gets mentioned and they have to come out and say, hey, I'm not taking X job. I'm staying here. I'm committed to this school. They normally get a good contract extension out of that.
That's right.
So I don't know if Drake May maybe wanted some more NIL money or maybe nothing. But it's just weird that we're in a world where a player now has to do that too. I mean, it's just a strange world we're living in. We've done this with coaches for years, but now players are even having to do it. Coming out and say, hey, I want to end the speculation, man. I'm not leaving North Carolina. I love it here. I love Chapel Hill.
But it also could be encouraged by Mac Brown and his staff too. Look, hey, Drake, man, we're hearing from we know how committed you are to us, but we're hearing from other recruits now who are hesitant about coming here as a receiver or this or that because they're thinking you're leaving. Would you please send out a statement?
But oftentimes, like in coaching searches, the coach that stays at a school at least has to leave it out there and get uncomfortable for a minute to get his contract extension at his current place, right? Like Lane, if you believe Lane Kiffin was never coming to Auburn, Lane let it hang out there for a little bit, and Lane got a contract extension out of it. If you believe he never once intended, now I don't believe that, but if that's what you believe, and you do wonder if we're there in players now. If Drake May wants a little more NIL, so I'll let this hang out there for a minute before I end it.
All right, so the conversation continues about the churning. Landmine Believer over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says, did you guys hear about Rick Neuheisel and the $1 million offer to Dallas Turner on Sirius XM? We did. We talked about it yesterday to start the show. Got to it early on in the show yesterday. You can go get our thoughts on that and everything. Always, every show, every second is always for you on YouTube and wherever you download us on Spotify and Apple Music. One more big note to kick things off here in our opening segment. Brought to you by our friends at Odie's. Odie's last night, trivia night. Do you have a good time out there?
We had a great time, Dunaway. So what came first, Nicki Minaj or Diet Coke?
Oh, okay. Diet Coke.
That's a tough one there. I'm going to say Diet Coke was like there's a rumor that Diet Coke is New Coke.
It came out of New Coke,
without
right?
the sugar.
That's
now,
right.
I've had people at Coca-Cola tell me that is not in fact true, but that's long been a belief. So that would put you in the 80s. I'm going to say early 80s. I'm going to say Nicki Minaj. Diet Coke's older than Nicki Minaj.
Diet Coke, I would say, came around in 1983. And I'm going to say Nicki Minaj came in 1980. I'm going to see Nicki Minaj by 3 years.
So you think Nicki Minaj 42?
I do.
She turned 40 today.
Wow, Jim.
Diet Coke turned 40 in August 9th.
Close.
It's a tight one,
very
Rockstar.
close.
It's a tricky question you had for the.
I was close. though.
Seesaw.
Yeah. Hey, these are some things that you learn at Odie's every single Wednesday night.
So you're surprised I was that close to Nikki's age? Or?
Yeah, I was. I mean, Nikki, to me, she seems a little bit younger. I would have said she was the mid-30s.
I'm with you.
But, yeah, she turned 40 today, so happy birthday. I know Rockstar's excited. He celebrates her catalog.
I love her. I love her music. I could name a lot of songs.
Don't get emotional.
I don't want to talk about her songs. I can name a lot of them.
I'm more of a Megan Thee Stallion
Are you?
The
Kinda
with
guy,
two
yeah.
E's, Megan the Stallion, or
yes.
just the Stallion?
Why settle for one E when you can go
That's
two,
right,
Brown?
no doubt.
I hope we get a third E someday. The
Stallion.
Megan the Stallion turns with that mop, doesn't she? Hey, Birmingham Institution is Odie's Tavern. It's located right there in Crestline Village. Again, every single Wednesday night, we've got Odie's Team Trivia. Make sure you join us for that. But also incredible food from Rodney Davis for more than 3 decades. Great burgers, award-winning wings, delicious sandwiches. Don't forget about the ice-cold beer buckets. Enjoy this unseasonably high weather. You can sit out on the patio, get the ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Go see Will Haver and that great staff today, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, the other big story I wanted to get to in the first segment, speaking of players and social media, Mississippi State's Deion Johnson last night
Incredible.
announced he was going to the portal. And there's a variety of things in this, but he ends up taking a shot at Mike Leach, who questioned his toughness and such like that, wanted him to leave anyway. So Deion sends out the tweet last night. You see it here. It's very well. It's a nice little tweet. And then near the end, since I'm not very tough and Leach is glad I'm leaving, I will be entering my name into the transfer portal, he writes there. Now, there's two sides of this, right? I mean, Leach ended up, got asked for a comment. I'm only going to comment on players with us. We wish him the best of luck. I understand when you get frustrated. I am a sarcastic SOB sometimes, and I will fire back and not think about the consequences. But now for Deion Johnson, is he hurting himself or Mike Leach in this comment?
How good a player is he?
He's okay.
He's okay.
Then he's hurting himself.
He was really good in the Egg Bowl.
Yeah.
But what's going to happen if because see, Mike Leach has a job, is my opinion. Deion Johnson's in the portal now. He's looking for his next job.
That is right.
So when Deion Johnson sits down in front of you, Ryan Brown, and I want to play for your program, one of the things you've got to ask me is, I got to ask somebody, why did Mike Leach not think you were tough? I mean, at some point, Mike Leach didn't think you were tough because you just said Mike Leach did not think I was tough.
Right.
So that is a question I've got to ask you now.
Yeah, you're right.
What made you think? Why did Mike Leach not think you were tough?
So I'll go back to my original question. How good a player is he?
He was great in the Egg Bowl.
Okay, that's one game.
Yeah.
Well, how was
It
it
was
in
a-
the
it was
other
a big
11?
one. I mean,
he
if
was
I'm looking
okay.
at his film in the other 11, he's an okay player.
He was okay. I mean, he bitched
then-
and moaned a little bit about they don't run the
then-
ball
then-
enough,
then
and they don't.
We really don't know. Yeah, I mean, the guy averaged 5.5 yards per carry. They just don't run the football.
Yeah. I mean, he said everything that I believe to be about Mike Leach. Could run the ball more to make them a better team. He can keep his fancy little short playlist. Just run the ball more. It worked for you against Ole Miss. I agree with a lot what Deion Johnson's saying.
Yeah. I'm just saying if he's a really good player, this doesn't, people will pay less attention to this. If he's just a middle-of-the-road mediocre player, then, yeah, this becomes now I'm having to take on a mediocre player plus an attitude issue or a lack of toughness or, some other things that Mike Leach would probably tell me privately about him.
Yep.
Now, if he's a great player, I'll worry less about that.
Yeah, I find it highly entertaining. Probably not the right thing to do.
But on the flip side of that, any downside for Mike Leach here? Do you think?
Yeah,
Do you
I
think
mean,
some
yeah.
players look at this and like, oh,
Well, I think it went from Mike Leach is the quirky, entertaining. Some people felt like act. Now it's become it is an act, and Mike Leach is. He's a guy that throws his players under the bus nonstop.
Which happens
Yeah,
all the
and we've
time.
heard
does.
Glad talk
All
about
the
it
time.
publicly.
And,
so-
and that's what bothers me about him is that he is so. I mean, you can do that, when you're coaching him up on the field. I mean, how many times has your toughness been questioned in sports? If you've ever played, even at the high school level, your coach would question your toughness to try to motivate you to get better. So that I don't have a problem with that. But when you're doing interviews and you are always throwing your players under the bus, that has always bothered me.
Yeah,
about Mike.
look, I mean, you could actually get away with that if you were winning championships, but when you're going 8-4 and 9-3, that act gets a little tired for a lot of people.
Yeah. Chase says it does not hurt his stock going there.
Well, he says in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, everybody in football knows Leach throws his guys under the bus. So
All you have to do is, if you get ESPN, you know it.
Well, and I would imagine this kid said this in a tweet. Anybody that wants to pick this guy up, like if you're the coach at
Now, let's say Ole Miss.
Ole Miss, well, that's a bad example because it's Mississippi State. You're the coach at Wake Forest, and you want to pick this guy up. Dave Clawson's going to pick the phone up and call Mike Leach. And Mike Leach is going to give him an assessment, and I'm sure Leach is going to say, I didn't think he's very tough. So, yeah, I mean, it looks weird that you put it in the tweet, but don't think Dave Clawson is going to pick this kid up without calling Mike Leach first
Hey,
and find out why he's in the portal.
The Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Chris, my sales manager, is the all-time leading tackler at Texas Tech, played there. I would think the all-time leading tackler would be Zach Thomas.
I would have too. Guys in the Hall of Fame.
Anyway, played for Leach. Boy, does he have some stories. He absolutely hated playing for Leach. Well, we need to get your sales manager on, don't we?
A lot of people do.
Chris, email us right now.
We could disguise his voice.
I don't think he cares.
Or we can just put him at the Floribama that one day Lance was down there. We will not have that problem tomorrow when we're live at the Floribama. We look forward to that broadcast 9 to 1 tomorrow down on the Gulf Coast. More on what we're doing down there a little bit later on in the show. When we come back, though, it's time to start having a real discussion about Kirby Smart. We'll do that next. The show being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie. We got football tonight, Raiders and Rams happening on Thursday Night Football on Prime at 7:15. We'll break down that game a little bit later on. MyBookie gets you in the game about anything.
MyBookie.ag, bet on the NFL, the college game, weekly blackjack tournament. Sign up at MyBookie.ag. Use that promo code next round. A deposit of $500 or more can claim you a bonus of up to $200. You heard me right. A deposit of $500 or more, you're in the running for that bonus of up to $200. That's when you use promo code next round. Brand new deposit bonus designed for bettors looking to get their cash in and cash out quick. Experience sports in a whole new light. Make this season a winning one. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, promo code next round. MyBookie.ag, promo code next round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Stay up to date with the next round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Last night in basketball, UConn looked really impressive down in Florida.
Man, their defense, it might be the best in college basketball.
And Alabama experienced that. There were times Alabama getting shots blocked at the rim all night long in their loss to UConn earlier this year. 75-54, they beat Florida in Gainesville last night. One big injury in basketball to keep an eye on the impact it could have on what I thought was the best team in the SEC going into the year, Arkansas. But they lost their big, versatile guy underneath, Trayvon Brazile there, an ACL injury in their last game. He's 6'10", athletic, could shoot the three. It was a hard matchup problem. He's done for the season.
11-6 guy. Yeah,
that's a big, big loss for Arkansas.
Yeah, and he was their top guy coming off the bench, a guy that actually he had range, shooting, I think, close to 38% behind the arc. And again, their leading rebounder. So, yeah, that's a huge loss for Musselman.
Okay, back to college football after LT tells you about the Floribama. LT and Brownie and I will be down at the Floribama later tonight. But starting tomorrow, once we're done with Bud Light game night tonight, we're on the road down to the coast to watch the Army-Navy game with some great American veterans this weekend.
Yeah, I've decided to go a little early to get everything going, get us ready for that.
Oh, watch Rams and Raiders.
Watch Rams and Raiders.
What do you want, a Purple Heart?
Again, I didn't say I was helping anybody out, Dunaway.
Good game.
Didn't say I was helping anybody out. But look, man, show up tomorrow if you're going to be down on the coast. We're going to be doing the regular show from the main room. That's going to be from 9 o'clock until 1 o'clock, and then Saturday specialty show from 11:30 to 1, getting ready for Army-Navy. The Floribama is the most famous beach bar in the country. Floribama Lounge has numerous annual events during the year. Regular guests plan their schedules around beach concerts, fishing rodeos, chili cook-offs, marathons, Army-Navy, and much more. Everyone who shows up that is in the military gets a free round of drinks, cool raffle prizes. You can watch the game on the big screen with us in the main room. Really, really looking forward to that. That's from our friends at the Floribama. For more information, floribama.com.
Voted on by the coaches, Kirby Smart is the SEC Coach of the Year for the second year in a row. Last time this happened, Nick Saban, 2008, 2009. So Kirby Smart, not the AP, voted on by the media, not something else voted on by somebody else. This is the coaches themselves who hand out this particular SEC Coach of the Year award, and it goes to Kirby Smart the second straight year. If they go on and finish this national championship, the discussion starts, is Kirby Smart the best coach in college football right now? Forget resume, what you've done in the past. Is he the best coach? And you may be able to have that discussion right now.
Well, yeah, I think that you would have to say if Kirby wins a national championship, I mean, they're on top right now. This would be back-to-back years. I don't know how you can't. I mean, you guys remember just a few years ago when Clemson beat Alabama for the second time. People were saying, I think Dabo might have edged in front of Nick Saban.
Yeah.
This is what people are going to say about Kirby Smart.
And that flip back, and Saban may flip this one back, but I agree. Like, if we did the best coach in America ranking, is this your question? Rank best coaches in America, do I have Kirby Smart number one? Is that your question?
Or it could be in the
Mr.
SEC.
Dunaway, is that your question?
It could be in the SEC.
Just ask the question.
You can't handle the question.
Yes, my answer is yes, Jim. Either SEC or Nation. It doesn't really matter.
Answer the question, Claire.
My answer in SEC or country is yes. Kirby Smart's your best coach in the country. I don't know that there's an argument against it, really.
Got Nick Saban still one right now, but in a month that can change.
Well, it did feel like we never moved Dabo ahead of Nick. We sort of
It was
kept
close.
him 1A, 1B.
They
We
might have
kept
gotten
them
tied
close.
at a point, yeah.
Exactly. And that sort of feels where we are with Kirby right now. Remember, it's just a one-game win streak he has with Nick, the national championship game.
but I can't just base it all on that either.
No, you can't. You can't.
No, but I want to see him close the deal because here's what I would look at too. This was his first SEC championship since 2017. Who was winning those SEC championships in between?
Nick Saban.
Yeah, and you threw one to Ed Orgeron.
And one to Ed Orgeron.
But outside of that, Nick Saban was winning those. Nick Saban was also winning some national championships in there. So, but if Kirby is to win back-to-back, then I would flip it.
Yeah, it's a compliment for Kirby Smart to be voted by the coaches because there were a number of candidates that you could just be blown away with turning programs around. This was a turnaround year for Josh Heupel. Would have been easy for his peers to vote for him. Would have been easy for his peers to vote for Brian Kelly at LSU. It would have been easy for the coaches to recognize what Clark Lee has to do at Vandy and what he was able to do, what Shane Beamer was able to do late in the season.
Yeah. I mean, no, you're absolutely right. There were a lot of options you could have gone with, and so often I don't know how coaches vote because I'm not one of those, but I know members of the media so often vote on the guy that did more with less. That's who generally wins your Coach of the Year awards, the guy who's perceived to have done more with less.
Especially with us media types, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Specifically in the media. That's what I'm saying. I don't know how coaches vote. I don't know if coaches look at it that way or if a coach is able to say, do you know how hard it is to do what Kirby has just done, to go undefeated in the regular season back-to-back years? His only loss in 2 years is in an SEC championship game, a loss he avenged a month later in the national championship game. And now he's back in the college football playoff, and probably most coaches who are voting on that think he's going to win it.
And after replacing 15 guys that went to the NFL.
I mean, that is hard to do.
I totally lost my train of thought there, but I had a really good point on Kirby.
I will take you at your word.
Oh, no, I know
that was
what it
a great point, Lance.
No, it wasn't a great point. It was just, it was one of the reasons I lost a stake to you, as you said, Georgia's, their schedule is so ridiculously easy this year. They're going to go undefeated again. You just don't go back-to-back years undefeated in the SEC. I don't care how easy the schedule is. I don't care what your brand is. I mean, it showed you this year with Alabama. They lost 2 regular season games. That's why I took the bet with Georgia. And, I mean, for them to go undefeated back-to-back years is pretty incredible.
No, it really is. You thought they were going to lose to State. That was the one you kind of pegged that they would lose. Oddly, the one they were closest to losing was Missouri. Yeah. I mean, let that sink in for a minute that Georgia played that schedule, which I agree, Dunaway, when you laid it out in the preseason, it looked ridiculously easy. And the one that they were closest to losing was Missouri.
Missouri's up 16-6 at half.
Yep. And
they're up 19-12 going into the fourth quarter.
And took it all the way to the end. I mean, Georgia had to fight to win that game.
Maverick Hammerfist says, I'd bet.
We'll want to run at him on a dark street.
I'd bet $1,000 Georgia screws this up in the playoffs.
Well, I don't see it. I mean,
I will tell you this. Talking to a Georgia fan last night, Rockstar heard it. He's already booked his ticket to L.A.
You know, I think a lot of that is going to happen. I think a lot of people are going to sit this one out in Atlanta and save that money for L.A. I know a Georgia fan that's doing the same thing. That is basically, as I said this the other day before I even talked to this Georgia fan Dunaway, and he confirmed it. Look, I mean, we've been to the playoffs a lot now.
That's a little cocky.
No, I mean, but it's true. It's hey, look, Alabama fans did the same thing. We've been to the playoffs a lot now. Semifinal game. Yeah, I mean, if we lose it, I don't want to be there. Why am I going to waste my money on a semifinal game? I'm going to save that for the L.A. trip.
Boy, I just think it's a jinx when you start doing that. And especially, I mean, Georgia fans, let's not forget it was almost a half century before you won a national championship.
Feels like they have exercised that demon, though.
Yeah. But it feels like they also have tried to skip ahead a couple of the stepping stones too. Get used to being in the playoffs in the semifinals. Take advantage of that home field advantage and make sure you beat Ohio State before you start saying, you know what, I'm going to skip this one. We've been to the playoffs so much. You really haven't compared to other teams.
Yeah, you going into the playoffs last year, we didn't think Cincinnati or Michigan were going to do anything. But after watching Alabama performance against Georgia in the SEC championship, either one of those teams could have won a national championship. People still believe if Jameson Williams doesn't get hurt, Alabama wins that game. Who knows? All I'm saying, this year it doesn't seem like, in 2019 it was all LSU, in 2020 it was all Bama. This year it just doesn't seem like, I believe Georgia's the best team, but I don't feel great about them going in and dominating Ohio State and then beating Michigan or TCU.
This is their fourth playoff, though. Am I right about that?
Yeah, but compared to Ohio State, Clemson,
No.
and Alabama.
And that's not what I'm saying, though. But, I mean, this is a guy that has been to every one of the games in the other three playoffs. So he's like, I know it's an easy drive to Atlanta, but for what I'm going to have to pay for a ticket, that's my flight to L.A.
Well, remind me,
that's the way he's looking at it.
Is it their fourth playoff?
Yeah.
17.
17, 19, so it's their third.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was their fourth.
So
Third playoff.
I think, was there not one more in between there? Okay. Dustin over there, what would have happened if Kirby had went to Auburn? Historically speaking, chances are good he'd have been fired. But maybe he would have done what he's done at Georgia.
I think he would have been successful.
He would have been successful. I don't think he would have been this level successful, but I think Kirby would have been to a college football playoff, would have won an SEC championship. I don't know if he would have won a national championship.
Our friends at Gutter Cap brings you the best in gutter protection. Clean those gutters one last time with our buddy C. Stu.
Yeah, cap it, don't snap it. Our friend C. Stu's got an end of the year, end of 2022 special for all of the next round viewers and listeners. Gutter Cap, it's a patented aluminum cover system. Fits over most existing gutters, keeping debris out. Eliminate that gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Over 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call Chris Stewart today for that end of the year special, 205-823-2212. And make sure you tell him the next round sent you.
Josh Pate coming up at the top of the hour. A big recruit yesterday. He will not be in Gainesville until 2024. But five-star quarterback, considered to be the best dual-threat quarterback in the 2024 class, DJ Lagway, picks Florida over USC, Oklahoma, Baylor, and Texas A&M. This is Billy Napier's future at Florida. They'll have to go one more year with somebody else. Anthony Richardson is off to the NFL draft. But this is the quarterback of the future. He's right now considered the best quarterback in the 2024 class, and he picks Billy Napier in Florida yesterday.
Hey, where are we? Remind me, where are we on the guy that had the car on the field that committed? He's a quarterback, right?
It does seem like he was a quarterback,
Yeah,
right?
so Billy Napier is just loading him up now. No, that kid is a quarterback, but he committed to Florida, right?
Right.
Am I right about that?
Yes.
Because he had the car on the field.
That's right. You wouldn't let a official visit drive on the field.
I wouldn't think so, unless you really, really, really need him. Maybe he was just an official visit, but
I can't remember that kid's name now. I'm not a recruiting guy, but this was made out to be the quarterback of the future.
Okay, well, maybe it is.
Are you saying he's going to put that car in the reverse and back it up off of the swamp and go somewhere else?
Back it up, Terry.
What are you doing, Terry? Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, this is what. Listen, Billy Napier's got to do this. They were Anthony Richardson was a B quarterback for you this year.
I don't know if he was
Jaden
big.
Rashada. Yeah, I mean, he's a hard commit according to 24/7. Yeah. Jaden Rashada is the guy I'm talking about.
Is he a 4-star?
He is a 4-star.
Yeah.
So I guess this guy's thought to be better, huh? You think Jaden is backing it up, Terry, right now?
Yeah. If he hadn't signed anything yet, signing day is December 21st. He can park that car somewhere else.
He is not. I'm sure somebody will take him. But either way, I mean, if you've got this guy and you keep him and then you add a 5-star, that's how you recruit in the Southeastern Conference to get better.
All right. When we come back, Morgan Wallen has a new song. I mean, my goodness. If you are a Tennessee fan this year, you have written some country songs. Morgan Wallen has one, and how Alabama may have screwed up that song just a little bit. We'll talk about that and a lot more. Lock of the Day every day is brought to you by LT over here. He sends it out from his wonderful Twitter account at the Lance Taylor, and it's brought to you every day by our friends at Hemphill. Lock of the Day. He may have a play on his Rams tonight.
Yeah, I will say, look, it's been an incredible run for us. Almost a 6-month run with only one losing week. A awful day yesterday in college hoops. We bounced back today, though. And when something's not running right, draining right, or flowing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call our friends at Hemphill Services, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team in Hemphill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Our friends at Hemphill, 205-229-2090.
The lyric says, guess the joke's on Alabama. Yeah, it's Morgan Wallen next, right here.
Good lyric.
He's not on the show. Don't go tell your daughters that Morgan Wallen's on the show. Unless they're going to like and subscribe and give us a thumbs up. We're back in a moment.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the next round, Backyard Adventures. We're giving you that wonderful gift right now, quality 100% cedar Backyard Adventure Playgrounds. Go to Backyard Alabama backyardalabama.com. Whether you're watching us in the Birmingham area, Montgomery, Huntsville, Atlanta, anywhere, check out if there's a Backyard Solutions near you, or if the one that's closest to you will deliver to your neighborhood this holiday season. Backyardalabama.com. They have lifetime warranties. They set up these play sets. They move them around if you need to. They'll move them house to house if you move, or you'll leave it behind when you sell your house and just add to the value, because these things last a lifetime. And wonderful years of playing in the backyard, very easy with your kids right there, just out the back door, and you've got a great fun with Backyard Adventure Playgrounds. Also, they have alley-oop trampolines and goal-setter basketball goals. Trusted from a guy who has experienced the backyard adventure life. It is fantastic to come home from a long day's work, want to spend time with your kids outside in beautiful weather, but not have to drive somewhere. Backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com, or 205-408-4FUN. Before we talk a little more college football, Morgan Wallen has a new song out. It's called Tennessee Fan. The problem is in the lyrics, and this is there's two other, a Georgia girl who starts dating a Tennessee boy, and a Tennessee. This is the third country hit that has been out involving Tennessee football this year. It all times out really well.
Is this one pretty deep?
This one, I mean, I like Morgan Wallen. You guys can call him Bro Country. I don't think he's Luke Bryan, Bro Country, that genre.
I like Morgan Wallen.
I like Morgan Wallen.
Morgan Wallen.
I love Zach Bryan. Morgan Wallen's sort of second. He and Eric Church to me is different. But the problem is in the lyric, Morgan Wallen starts off talking about he's packing up his truck with beer, going to watch his Vols play Alabama. They beat us every year. Beer and year rhyming together.
It does,
there.
And he was right on both.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, I mean, they beat him every year.
Right.
Now, he is releasing this song after Tennessee has ended the streak. They got the number one draft pick, as it says in the lyrics, because he takes a Delta Gamma, I think it is, back to Tennessee with him, Delta Gamma sorority, and he takes the girl back to Tennessee. His mom and dad's
Now, is she willing?
She is. It wasn't kidnapping.
Okay.
Yeah. Always looking for a dark storyline.
No, I'm just
Did she get
checking, man.
decapitated?
Just getting facts.
Okay, so Morgan Wallen's packing up beer, going to a game in Tuscaloosa, and takes one of Alabama's Delta Gams back to Tennessee. That's our
right.
storyline here. Okay, continue.
Yeah. And I just made the point that, unfortunately, Tennessee ruined Morgan Wallen's release of this song. He just released it. A new album's coming out, 3 songs yesterday, because the lyrics seem dated now, because Alabama didn't beat Tennessee again this year, like in the lyrics.
Yeah.
He was bragging about taking Alabama's number one draft pick back. Red-lipped Delta Gam. Mm-hmm. Red lipstick Delta Gam.
So really the song is mostly about him and this girl, but he involves that one little line.
Every one of these Tennessee songs are about that.
Well,
it's either a boy and a girl, a girl and a boy.
If you go look, the vast majority of country songs are about a guy and a girl.
And there's beer and a truck in it too, Brad.
So it gets them all.
Mom didn't get out of prison today.
Yeah, he didn't have to pick her up in the rain and get hit by a damn old train.
Yeah.
When you said Delta Gamma, I thought you were about to go Delta 8. I really did.
So no kidnapping and no edibles.
Yeah.
So you're out of this
Lance
song
is out.
altogether.
Yeah.
No, I'm
Lance is turning it into.
still listening.
Lance is turning it into a rap song.
All right, so that's the Morgan Wallen song. Go check it out. It's
What's the name of it?
It's called Tennessee Fan.
All right.
Now he does have some video of somebody shot from the stands of them rushing the field after beating Alabama. The song, but
I had that security officer done away on it.
Back off, everyone! Back off.
Is he a Tennessee fan?
Oh yeah. I mean, I think he's from the Smokies.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe it.
But he's been on Alabama's sidelines before. He's gotten a credential to be on the Alabama
He's
sidelines
a spy.
before.
So he's a front runner, is what you're telling me.
He's not Drake Brown.
Sneedville, Tennessee.
Rockstar, how hard would it be? How hard would it be to him to adjust that lyric a little bit to include Tennessee beating them this year, though?
It wouldn't be that hard. You could do the remix, do the Taylor Swift thing, and just release another song next week.
What line
but
does
doesn't
he?
it kill the whole thing? I mean, the fact that we lose to Bama, but I got their girl.
That's the whole theme of the song.
Yeah.
Well,
Or you can say we took everything.
Yeah. At the
And
end,
this was our year.
Yeah. She's singing Rocky Top with me, and now we're beating Alabama too.
That's right. I
And it
forgot.
all ended with an injured hooker.
Ashley It's a good one. Ashley reminds me, this is the same guy that was in the bars in Tuscaloosa, and he was hitting on a girl while his wife was at home pregnant. He got kicked off Saturday Night Live.
No, he's not married. The
Was
problem
it a
was
girlfriend that was home
no,
pregnant?
Lauren
No,
Michaels being the.
That was Aldine.
No, I don't think so.
No, I think he.
You're gonna be shocked. The cast of SNL is very liberal. Okay.
Okay.
And so Morgan Wallen was supposed to perform the next week. Well, they got wind that Morgan Wallen was hanging out in Innisfree making out with a bunch of chicks. And so they were afraid that he was going to bring the vid up there and spread it around.
Oh.
So they said he was very irresponsible.
It was all vid related.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It was back during those days.
Yeah.
And then they did a bit, Jason Bateman. I guess he played Morgan Wallen, right?
Yeah, because Bateman was the host.
Yeah.
I never saw it, though.
Yeah, and it was just him making out with a bunch of chicks, and it had the exterior shot of Innisfree.
Oh, did it really? Was Saturday Night Live?
I know, yeah.
Oh, you can't pay for that
You
kind of
can't pay for that.
advertising.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Hey, part of the show brought to you by JohnstonRVCenter.com. If you want to pack up and go see great music this spring and summer, you can tour the country and the festivals in a Johnston RV.
I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur is where you'll find them. You can always see them online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. Listen, still trying to move out just a few of those 22s, right? And you can get great deals on those because they got tons of the 23s. They're just trying to make room. So if you want a brand new 23, if you want a 22 that's still brand new, but it's got a little, a little better price on it, you can get that right now at Johnston RV Center, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
All right, UAB's Dwayne McBride's the Conference USA Player of the Year, 1,713 rushing yards, 155 a game, 19 touchdowns. It'll be interesting to see where Debo goes in the NFL draft coming up, but he is the Conference USA Player of the Year. And it's always confusing on our show, but what a fast rise for Lance Taylor, the coach, the American football coach. If we ever have a Lance Taylor sports mogul, sports media guy Wikipedia page, it'll always pop up Lance Taylor media personality, Lance Taylor football coach, American football coach.
Yeah.
But Lance Taylor, American football coach, got a pretty good first head coaching job today. 5-year contract. He is the new coach at Western Michigan. Here's the release from Western Michigan. Familiar looking face Lance Taylor there is, isn't it?
Yeah, look, so I've met Lance a couple of times.
You want to take another look at that one?
And we've had Lance on the show years
that's your
ago.
head on
that's
that
your
one.
face.
No, I get that.
Okay,
I saw it.
Scott, I thought it was better than Lance did. I thought you did good work there.
I think it's incredible.
You didn't get a
work,
whole lot
Scott.
for that, Scott, but well done. I liked it.
I just want to say, man, I mean, this is a guy that has really earned his stripes. I mean, he has grinded for a long time. He's well respected. His father played at Alabama. He was mainly a special teams guy. But just it seems like a fantastic kid, and wish this guy all the best. That's one of those jobs. I mean, you saw what P.J. Fleck did with it.
41 years old, and he's already there leaving the Louisville coaching staff, right?
Yeah, he was offensive coordinator at Louisville and under Scott Satterfield. I do remember he blocked a punt, I think it was against Oklahoma, and then you and Fitzy had him on the next day when we were all way back on AM 690.
Yep, you're right.
And I remember listening to that interview thinking, that is not how I thought he'd sound.
No, he's got a Randy Moss to him.
Yep, a little bit of Randy Moss, yeah.
But Baumhower played with his old man.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
How about that?
So that'll be
Good for
interesting
him,
to see
man.
what he does at Western Michigan. A big hire there. 122nd Army-Navy game happening Saturday. We'll be at the Floribama. Our friends at Simpio, they set us up when we started this all right here now about 17 months ago. We'll talk to Josh Pate next after LT tells us about Simpio.
Yeah, the first call we made here on the next round was to our friends at Simpio because they take care of all the BS in every single office, and they take care of the 4 pillars, which is compliance, HR, payroll, benefits, things we knew nothing about. When your organization joins Simpio, you gain health care and employer benefits at prices only large companies get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467 or online Simpio.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear every Monday through Saturday. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Facebook and Twitter. Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, the one and only Josh Pate joining us now as we talk college football. If you missed the headlines, Alabama's Charles Kelly is off to Colorado to join Deion's staff. Will Anderson wins the Lombardi Award. Drake May staying at North Carolina. Phil Longo is off to Wisconsin. And Kirby Smart is now the greatest coach in the free world.
Wow. It's a big proclamation by you. Josh Pate with us. Late Kick Josh, 24/7 Sports. Late Kick Josh is where you find him on Twitter. What is up, Josh Pate? How are you?
And that's all before noon. Is that right, Dunaway?
That is right, man.
What could happen the rest of the day?
Yes,
That's right.
you
That's
never
right.
know.
That's
You
right,
never
man.
know. Josh is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Lance seems, I don't want to put words in your mouth here, Lance, but Lance seems to fill. Georgia, I mean, you didn't feel like they were inevitable last year, did you?
No. I think there were two teams. Here was my point, Josh. 2019, I think we all knew LSU was going to win the national championship going in. 2020, Alabama. Last year, after watching what Alabama did to Georgia in the SEC championship game, we knew one of those two teams would win it, but we weren't sure. And I think this year it just seems a little more wide open. I think Georgia's the best team in college football, but I'm not so sure they're going to win the national championship.
Well, okay, then you and I are on the same page. I think that here's the hard thing to do. The hard thing to do, which shouldn't be hard, but it is hard, is to properly give Georgia their credit and respect and admire them as the definitive number one overall team in the country, while also acknowledging they're not invincible, which in some circles in my home state is taken as disrespect. I just think the way you do, like I understand why they're favored against Ohio State. They'd be a bigger favorite against either TCU or Michigan. But so I look at this Ohio State-Georgia game, not to get on a tangent down the Ryan Day rabbit hole, but the pressure in that game you would think would be on Georgia. And yet I think it's all on Ohio State because I think it's the biggest game of Ryan Day's career. This doesn't impact Georgia any, but if that guy were to lose that game, do you guys realize that would mean the last 4 times he's played tier 1 competition? Bama 2020, Michigan 2021, Michigan 2022, and now Georgia 2022. If he loses this game comfortably, that will be 4 double-digit losses in a row. And we're not talking about a gutted roster. We're not talking about sanctions or anything like that. So that's the Ohio State side. On the Georgia side, I agree with you. I think it's funny, though, that here we are the week after the SEC championship game, which, by the way, marks the 1-year anniversary of what you just mentioned. Alabama beating Georgia in the SEC title game last year. So that means we are just 1 year removed from Kirby can't win the big one. And we're 1 year removed from it doesn't matter how many games he wins in the regular season or his recruiting rankings, blah, 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 because he can't beat Nick Saban. And then January, they beat Bama, and it's like someone pulled this giant lever in the sport of college football, and everything about everything changed. And now that's a distant memory. You almost tell that to your grandkids as if it's like a black and white picture movie. And now Kirby Smart on top of the world. And I kind of always thought he was a good coach and still think he's a good coach. I just don't know that much has really changed in reality. I think perceptions changed a lot.
Yeah, you bring up an interesting point about Ryan Day, and maybe this is a discussion to have if they actually lose the game rather than jump the gun on this one. And I would never in a million years suggest he is on the hot seat. But it does become a concerning trend. I mean, that is certainly a concerning trend if he does, in fact, lose this game.
Yeah. Look, I was up there for the Michigan game, and it almost, I guess, took me by surprise when we were leaving Columbus. I was listening to some of the post-game talk. Obviously, I'm reading some of the post-game articles and whatnot. And I thought there would be a fringe minority that started to make the John Cooper comparison and started to say it doesn't matter. Basically what we were just saying about Kirby. It doesn't matter if you win all the other stuff. This is a bottom line business. We want to beat Michigan. We want to win the Big Ten. We want to win national titles. And you're not doing that. There were sizable chunks of the Ohio State fan base that started to traffic in that. And so you count it as a blessing that you get to back your way into the playoff and you get another shot. But here's the thing. You could have just bought yourself another opportunity to get tossed in the wood chipper again, this time by Georgia instead of Michigan. And if it happens, I look at it and I think sometimes you can be irrational as a fan. But if I'm an Ohio State fan at the same time, I would look back and I would say, what else? What other proving grounds do you have? As the Ohio State head coach right now, if you recruit the way you should here, you're going to be better than everyone in the conference roster-wise. That includes Michigan. And they still are better roster-wise than Michigan. It just doesn't matter on the field right now. But what are you going to do? Just rack up a bunch of wins against Indiana and Rutgers and have that atone for not being able to get it done on the only 2 or 3 stages of the year that we as fans really care about? It's not like the fan base doesn't give in droves when they're asked to give. So if you got expectations that are just a little bit warped, is it really asking too much to do what they're asking him to do? I don't necessarily know that I would say yes. So on one hand, it's crazy. On the other hand, I kind of get the crazy.
When Alabama won a lot of national championships in 09, 11, 12, 15, so you know the years, but through 15, they played a certain style of football, and then Lane Kiffin and Nick Saban sort of changed the way they won the other championships. Do you think there's another shift in Nick Saban? Do you think he's going to go back towards more Georgia and Michigan style, or is he going to continue down the Bryce Young road of the way they played this year? Is there another tectonic shift coming for Nick Saban?
Can you please just humor me and say the word tectonic again?
What is tectonic?
Tectonic. I missed it.
Tectonic.
That's like when Rod Stewart released "Do You Think I'm Sexy?" and he made that shift. That was a tectonic shift for Rod Stewart.
It was. I really enjoyed Rod Stewart when my mom used to sing it. My mom used to sing a lot of Rod Stewart when I was a youngster. I used to love that.
A young Turk, yes, when you were a young Turk. So I think that this is the multi-million-dollar question, because I don't know the answer. I think I think Nick Saban knows which direction he wants to go. I don't think there are a lot of people around that program that he's necessarily shared that philosophy with, because you and I both know he was very, very willing to adapt, but he was drugged kicking and screaming into the more modernized offensive era of college football. He never wanted it to be here to begin with. Then he dove in and he dominated it for a brief period. And I'm not saying they've fallen off in terms of being a premier player, but it wouldn't surprise me if he had always been looking for any excuse and opportunity to go back to the way they did things. So maybe that is the case. I think one of the great early indicators will be how they handle this quarterback position. Because I think based on the past few years' track record, you may be one to look at their roster and say they don't have a Tua there right now. They don't have a Bryce Young. The person who is on the other side of the fence could counter and say, you don't know what Ty Simpson's made of. You haven't seen him play at all. And so be that as it may, if they're not aggressive in the quarterback transfer portal market, maybe that's an indication that Nick Saban is thinking to himself, I'll be perfectly fine with what I have here based on the style that we want to play now and moving forward. The other thing to pay attention to is obviously the one everybody's paying attention to, and that is Bill O'Brien going to be the OC there? My money would still say no. And if that's the answer, then who is the replacement? And we'll probably be able to read a lot into who that replacement is and what style of ball he's played at a previous stop. I don't think it's the craziest thing in the world, though, to at least expect them to want to jog back, because I look at line of scrimmage play. Look, I look at the overall talent level of the Alabama football program. I don't care what recruiting rankings say, and I work for 24/7. I don't care what they say. I don't think the skill level has been top to bottom over the past few years what it had been the years prior. So, yeah, a few questions to answer. I think offensive philosophy would be chief among them.
So, Josh, we talked Georgia, Ohio State, the other side of the bracket in the semifinals, Michigan and TCU. I think we all agree Michigan's probably the better team, but we've doubted TCU the entire year. They finally lost this past Saturday in a great game in the Big 12 championship game. But, Michigan struggled with Maryland. They struggled with Illinois. Do you give TCU a fighting shot in this matchup?
I would say fighting shot, yeah. They have to play the game on the perimeter, I think. Now, I think that they would argue, man, we played a whole lot better on the offensive line than people give us credit for this year. And I believe that, actually. I think that they will clearly face their toughest opposition in a line of scrimmage battle when it comes to playing Michigan. That's the nature of the playoff period normally. So, if they can win the game on the perimeter, if they can strike early and score on the perimeter, then that gives them the fighting chance. What they can't afford to do is, scoreless into the second quarter or 3-0 into the second quarter, because that's Michigan's game at that point. They've sort of already got their grip on you. They're dragging you out towards the deep end, and you're not going to survive out there for 4 quarters. But I also think that the Maryland game was the game everyone was going back on when we were approaching Michigan, Ohio State. And they kept saying, hey, look, the one team that could throw the ball halfway decently up there is the one that gave them the stiffest challenge. I just think it was a different Michigan team that we saw back then. I think they've got a ton of downhill momentum. It's why I don't think anyone was particularly concerned about Purdue. And that's not a bad passing game either, but no one really got concerned about it, even when it was a 1-point game at the half. Like, no one thought that was going to end up being a 4-quarter game, and it wasn't. And until I'm shown otherwise, I don't see any reason to believe that Michigan won't eventually handle this one. I just think they'll handle it after getting a little bloodied, get a little dirt on their shirt. It's untucked, and one sleeve's ripped, but they walk away victorious is the way I would see that game right now.
Josh Pate is with us. Late Kick Josh on Twitter, 24/7 Sports. A reminder, Alabama Power makes it easy as ever to pay your bill right now. Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, and Venmo. Easy, secure, and reliable. All you need is an online account, alabamapower.com/myaccount to get started. Catch Josh's show all the time there at 24/7 Sports, his road trips. Are you doing one for the playoffs? Have you decided which semi you're going to?
I think I'm going to go to Atlanta.
Okay.
It's rained 17 days in a row in Nashville, so any excuse to get out of here, I'm taking it this time.
And they've got a dome. So he'll be in Atlanta. He is with us right now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. TCU is obviously the team nobody talks about here. We say here when we talk about Georgia, Ohio State, what if? We talk about Michigan. Can they beat Georgia this time around? What if they have to beat Ohio State twice? TCU is the team that is left out here. Is it valid that we leave them out? Do they deserve more discussion than we're giving them?
They deserve as much discussion as you want to give them. I just keep going back. College football is a sport of upsets. The playoff has not been a field of upsets.
Not at all.
So once we've gotten to this level or this late in the season, it's why I use the term downhill momentum so much. You don't always have downhill momentum in week 7. So we can see that crazy stuff happen in week 7. And it's not out of the realm of possibility, make no mistake, for a 9.5-point favorite to win a game in the playoff. Okay, I'm not suggesting otherwise. What I am suggesting is if they win the game, I don't think any of us are sitting in the post game saying, well, Michigan just didn't show up. It's because you beat them. And if that's what it takes to win that game, I just think I have a clearly superior team in Michigan. So that's not to say crazy things won't happen. It takes a different confluence of events, I guess, in the playoff than it does sometimes in week 4 for that upset to happen.
What do you tell the fan base that sits there and watch? I think Texas A&M has 19 people in the portal. Florida has 14. Alabama's got people going to the portal. Can the portal exits be a good thing for your roster? Should I get nervous about it as a fan? What do you warn your fans every night on Late Kick about portal exits?
We don't take transfers at Pate State, so I don't tell our fans anything over here because we don't have any kids leave. But I think in the more real sense, you're lying if you say you're not worried about this. Coaching staffs are worried about it. Okay, player personnel coordinators are worried about it. So if you want to be blissfully ignorant of it, I guess that's your prerogative. And quite frankly, you'll live a more stress-free life. But if you care about this stuff, absolutely, you're concerned about it. I don't care if you're an A&M fan, Bama fan, or a North Carolina State fan. You're concerned about it. And then you also start to hear the rumors of big offers being made for guys who aren't even in the portal, which is happening on every street corner right now, figuratively, of course. So, it's a big deal. It's my personal opinion that we're going to deal with a couple of years of this. I think we're going to deal with a couple of years of portal and NIL insanity, and it'll be enough for every head coach worth his salt to raise saying to their conference commissioners, to the point where those conference commissioners realize, wait, we've got billions of dollars on the line here. Everything about the outer skeleton of this sport we've secured through media rights dollars. How are we going to let the inside just be spaghetti and meatballs, just strewn all over the place? We can't have that. There's got to be structure. It's not up to the coaches. It's not up to compliance departments. It's not up to anyone other than conferences to get in the NIL game. And the NCAA's got to get out of the way paperwork-wise and allow this to happen. But the day that the Big Ten steps up and says you get 45 or 50 grand a year because you're a scholarship athlete in this conference, and we can easily afford to do it if you run the numbers. If the SEC does that, if the Big 12 does that, it alleviates about 85% of the issue you're dealing with now. Your big-time true star players will always command more than the dollar value that they would get just by being a conference athlete and a revenue sharing agreement. But that's the vast minority. The majority right now, the kids that right now I could entice for 15 or 20 grand, are no longer leaving because in exchange for entering into those revenue sharing agreements from media rights deals that I think are coming, I think you also very easily convince guys to sign their name on the dotted line of paper that says, you don't have access to this if you're just freely moving all over the place. You don't have access to this if you're opting out, if you're not completing certain things. I think that's where we're headed. I just think it's going to take a couple, 3 ugly years to get there.
Better chance of winning their conference in the next 5 years. Hugh Freeze with Auburn or Deion Sanders at Colorado?
I think it's Deion Sanders at Colorado because I think that the talent pool out there is so volatile right now that Lincoln Riley almost just won it, guys. If Caleb Williams didn't get hurt in that game, we may be talking about Lincoln Riley, Pac-12 champ, college football playoff, less than, what would we say, 8 months removed from people saying there's no way he can do what he's doing out there. Well, he did it. And that's obviously an exception to the rule, but there is no bigger exception to the rule than Deion Sanders. And I've talked to some of our guys and talked to some people in the industry. Like there is right now a flood being held back by a temporary dam of kids 4- and 5-star in nature who are wanting to go out there. So there is no question in my mind he's going to put an elite talent roster together very shortly. That's going to happen. There's no doubt in my mind about that. Now, if you want to question procedure, if you want to question structure and all that stuff, that's fine. No, we don't have a massive case study on Deion Sanders when it comes to being a head coach at the major college level. But if you believe Jimmy's and Joe's can get you 8 or 9 wins minimum a year, they will end up having 8, 9 wins minimum a year. And then it's going to become, do they have the prowess to finish the drill out there and actually end up on top of the conference? I think it's easier to do it where he is than try and do what Hugh Freeze is about trying to do.
So for a short TikTok edit, you're telling me you think Deion Sanders at Colorado wins a conference championship faster than Hugh Freeze at Auburn?
Okay, I see what you're asking me. How long do you want this?
I don't know, but if it's TikTok, I got to dance too, right?
Okay. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. You want to know who is going to put themselves in the most likely position to win a conference? It's not Hugh Freeze. It's not Luke Fickell. It's not any of these new coaches. It's Deion Sanders at Colorado. No question of if he's going to get the players. He's going to get them, and then he's going to win.
Wow, it's impressive.
I think there was some nice percussion there.
No, I
like the snapping.
I can't wait to see what song Taylor puts with that as well. So
yeah, I've been TikTok famous, so I know about the platform there, Pate.
I know whose presence I'm in the shadow of right now.
That's right.
Trust me.
Million views for me and
I'm going to go shake your tail feather. I think that's what she's going to put behind you.
Go follow Josh Pate on Twitter at Late Kick Josh. That's where you follow him. Watch his show. You can find it everywhere. His YouTube channel, 24/7 Sports. Just follow him on Twitter. He'll send you out the links and everything there. Josh, it is always fun, man. We greatly appreciate the time.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right, buddy. Take care. Josh Pate with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
One of the great guys in the business right there. So, too, is Greg Nelson. Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing. He'll get on your roof today. And he's got great deals for veterans as we approach the holiday season and a new year in 2023. If you are a veteran, if you are a friend, a family member of a veteran, and maybe they need some help on their roof right now, Greg will do some amazing work for them with pipe jack boots, flashing gutters. He'll take care of them. So just get them in contact with Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing today, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. Some great deals for veterans, some services absolutely free for veterans as well. Find out more by going to Greg from Pell City on Facebook or calling 205-542-3531. For all of us, it's a free no-cost roof inspection. When's the last time you had that roof inspected? If you can't remember, time to get it inspected again. Why not do it for free with Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Greg from Pell City on Facebook at Storm Restoration Roofing. All right, we'll talk more college football. Rockstar's got our 4 downs today. It's really fun. Congratulations to Will Anderson. He wins another big award last night, Lombardi Award this time. So the Nagurski and the Lombardi for Will Anderson. We sit here all year long and we kept asking, man, Will Anderson seems to be a step off, seems to be 2 steps off. Apparently to everybody else in the country, Will Anderson was just fine.
Well, I think the expectation around here was Will Anderson to have, one of the best seasons in college football history.
We expected Derek Thomas every week.
And look, he still had a great season, and obviously people recognize that he's still the best defensive player in college football, and he's going to be a top 3 selection in May's draft. But I got to be honest with you, man. I expected a little bit more just watching him. Because, we saw, and you saw it in spots this year, how dominant he can be.
8th in sacks nationally now. 8th in sacks, 10th in tackles for losses, if I'm not mistaken. So he's top 10 in both those. But, again, you thought he would be number 1 in both of them nationally. That was the expectation. And maybe we just had wrong expectations. It's not the first time we've done that. But I think that was everyone's expectation, is that he would lead the nation in both those numbers.
Pritch Law in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. I bet the Sugar Bowl is really pumped to have the former Heisman winner and Nagurski and Lombardi winner standing on the sidelines in sweats watching their teammates finish the season.
Nobody's announced that yet.
Nobody's announced it yet, but if
It's
it happens,
coming.
it happens. I have no problem with it.
Oh, I don't have a problem with it, but to his point, I'm sure the Sugar Bowl would far prefer them both playing.
Yeah,
Yes.
but maybe the TV partners will too. But as a guy looking to the future, I really want to see what Alabama has in Ty Simpson. I've seen Jalen Milroe in a game.
So you'd rather them start, if Bryce Young doesn't play, you'd rather them start Ty Simpson?
To me, it is all about 2023 now.
Yeah.
Right? Because this game, though it may be a ding in the reputation if you lose to Kansas State in the Sugar Bowl like it was when you lost to Utah or Oklahoma, I want to win the game. But as an Alabama, and we can make this a Cowan Equipment poll question if you want, I want to see what Alabama has in Ty Simpson. I want to see the guys who are next.
So the poll question is, Alabama fans, if Bryce Young doesn't start, who do you want to see start, Jalen Milroe or Ty Simpson?
Yeah.
That's your poll question.
And I want to see Ty Simpson. I know what I got with Jalen. I'm okay playing both, but I want to see Ty Simpson a lot in this game. I want to see what you got there.
I think you almost have to play both. If you were to start Ty Simpson and not play Jalen Milroe,
he's out.
Yeah, Milroe's gone.
Yeah. So
you better be really confident in Ty Simpson at that point.
You know, with nothing on the line except a Sugar Bowl championship, Pritch Law, I understand what you're saying, but I want to see the future. I want to see. I want that big game experience. You know, if either Milroe or Ty Simpson's the quarterback next year, I don't want their first big game experience being next year, counting on the 2023 slate. This is a great opportunity to give them big TV viewerships, Sugar Bowl atmosphere against a great opponent. I want to see what you got. And this is a great opportunity to do it. Maybe I got the wrong approach to that. I don't know. Bromberg's is a great approach. If you're looking for that perfect gift this holiday season, they'll do it for you.
Yeah, our friends at Bromberg's, they are your diamond specialist. Had an opportunity to drop by the Mountain Brook location yesterday and saw the stack of silver boxes that are going out this holiday season. Look, if you're looking for an incredible gift, there's nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. Not only are they a fine purveyor of quality diamonds, as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts since 1836, our friends at Bromberg's, they've been doing it right. 2 locations, Mountain Brook, the Summit. You can also shop online today. Go to brombergs.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on The Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. from day one, Xerox Business Solutions. They've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Looking forward to a little basketball happening this weekend. Auburn got a big announcement yesterday. They're playing their headliner in the Legends Classic in next November 2023 up at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. Notre Dame, Oklahoma State, St. Bonaventure will be up there with them November 16th and 17th. Alabama and Houston, number 8 versus number 1 this weekend, 2 p.m. on ABC. It'll be the second number 1 team Alabama's played in a 20-day span. Nice little schedule there. Auburn's got Memphis and Atlanta, UAB against West Virginia, not Western Virginia. I guess technically it is Western Virginia too, I guess. That is this weekend as well up in Morgantown. We'll talk to Andy Kennedy coming up at 11:45.
We will. Wayne's wants to remind you at 866-WAYNES-1, you can get aboard with Viralon, and Viralon helps your yard look the best it can in spring and in summer. But it starts right now in the fall shutdown. Make sure you get the proper nutrients and pre-emergence in your root system and in your soil, and make that yard look the best it can in spring and summer. We want you to do it with Wayne, so we're going to pay for your first month. Code TNR for the Next Round, and we'll pay month 1. You'll get 12 months for the price of 11 when you call 866-WAYNES-1. That is 866-WAYNES of the number 1, code TNR at checkout. Get a month free when you sign up for Envirolon with Wayne's.
Yeah, we'll get back into the discussion of sit or not sit, and Kelly, one of our great fans over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive, says Ty can get his chance in spring football next year. I want the Stars to play. I want you to finish what you started. I understand that. We can talk more about it later on because you guys are very passionate over there in some division in our chat room. But right now, let's do Rockstar's 4 Downs. It's brought to you by Vulcan Tires. There's always something off the beaten path a little bit on Thursdays when Rockstar does this for us.
Yeah, 5 locations, including the newest right there in Pell City. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family. The holidays are here. You're going to be getting that car out on the road. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
What is absurdly overpriced?
This is going to be what airfare is right now. But I will go paper towels. Again, I had never gone grocery shopping until I got a divorce. and I am blown away with how much paper towels cost. Like just like a 2-pack of paper towels, like $11. I mean, it's crazy.
Well, I brought a 2-pack up here. We get them shipped in a big box by Amazon. So I brought 2 rolls up here the last time we ran out up here. So I don't know the price of them. So when you buy 2 at a time, they're $11.
I think they are. I think they're like $5 or $6 for one roll.
Depending on the brand, yeah. There's
Are you going high end?
I don't even know. I mean, I just grab
really
whatever.
Thick that are really thicker picker
I'm not kidding. We get a box.
That's probably why you do it. If you buy in bulk, you're probably saving a lot of money.
It is almost the size of our mini fridge over there.
What do y'all use so many paper towels for?
We just have them stacked up in one of our cupboards. And, I mean, that's why I brought 2 the other day, or it's been a couple months now, but I brought 2 up because I was like, well, crap, we got 20 of them. I'm always looking for paper towels up here. But I didn't know I brought up $11 worth of content. I'll hold that back. I'm going to say meat prices right now because yesterday I went to a local Mexican restaurant. I will not say the name, but I will tell you I will never eat there again. I ordered
That's a shocker. You're running out of he's running out of restaurants. By the way,
yes.
I ordered a steak quesadilla, and he says, "Do you want peppers and onions in that?" Says, "Is that the way it usually is made?" I will love that. Thank you very much. So my food comes out, and I take one bite, and it's got some.
How'd you carve it up?
I did it like this, and because it's hot.
He's got a hacksaw.
So I'm eating, and I'm like, it's a lot of refried beans, a lot of peppers, and
where's my
onions.
steak?
And I'm like, I don't want to sound like Brown here, but where's the meat? So I open it up, and there's like 2 little pieces of steak on a whole big half of a quesadilla. So I said, well, maybe they all slid to the other half of this thing. So I open up the other half, 2 little pieces of meat again. I stopped eating instantly. Slid it back over. I said, I'll need my check. Something wrong with the food, sir? Yes, it is. Not enough steak in here. Well, let me take it back to the kitchen. No, it's fine. I just will never come in here again.
I cannot be a martyr. I cannot be a martyr if you take this back.
Sign the check.
I'm just not going to eat today.
And I said, hey, have you ever gone next door to the Cajun place? And he's like, no, I haven't. I said, I'm going to go over there now. I'll see you guys later. So I went over there and had a little red fruit.
Well,
and you know what I got there? A lot of red beans and rice. Okay. Lots of it.
I kind of like the place that you went to yesterday.
I do too, but I will say this. My little one only eats cheese dip. So me, Jennifer, and Kate, my little one eating cheese dip was almost $100. That is ridiculous for Mexican food.
Which falls into category number 1, overpriced.
That's right. Yeah, I'll say that's overpriced. Somebody said a very good one in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Water from the Birmingham Water Works. That is a bit overpriced, yes.
A little bit of drama in that place.
They just went up on their rates,
too. It doesn't seem like a fun working environment.
They get like Fox 6 does this massive investigation on them. Uncovers all this stuff, and what is their response to it? We're going to go up on our rates.
Yeah, you know why? Because everybody needs water, and they sort of it's a monopoly.
It's kind of like they have us over a barrel.
Yeah, a barrel not full of water. Sometimes.
That's right. Yeah.
But to show you guys are joking about LT never bought groceries or paper towels. I don't always do things in my house either. Brown told me a clue about the waterworks.
Wait for trash, and we'll get to why I never did it.
Oh no!
So Brown, and he doesn't auto pay his water bill because he doesn't trust the waterworks.
It's been wrong too many times. Yeah.
So you brought it up. So I went home to Maggie and I said, hey, we had a bill come in the other day that turned us upside down a bit, and I was like, well, let me ask you about the water bill. Do we just automatically pay that? Because we could be getting screwed there too. And she's like, do you not know anything about us? The water bill is included in our bill right now in our rent that we're paying.
Yeah, but like the water bill is always like between $40 and $50. Now I know they could probably nickel and dime you,
not
but
always.
Unless you watch Fox 6 and you realize sometimes every now and then it can be $312 that month.
Okay, well I've never seen that,
and it's not your fault.
Second down.
Dunaway had some good answers on the text last night. I wonder if he's going to go with these. What is an ingredient you cannot stand?
Cilantro. Tastes like something they would clean the tables with after I'm done eating.
I like cilantro. I think
cilantro.
you got just a little bit of it. I don't hate salt. I don't understand why people salt their food that's already salted.
Already plenty of it in there.
Yeah, there's tons of salt in every dish you get in every restaurant. There's no reason to put salt on it.
Well, sometimes there's not enough.
My dad's a salter before he even tastes it.
I'll try it first. But for instance, chips at a Mexican restaurant.
That pisses me off.
Almost always need salt.
You should ask first, though.
Oh, I do.
I'll go with a lot of people, and they'll just dump the salt on them.
No, I do ask first, but they almost always need more salt.
It's not an ingredient, but cucumbers. Love pickles, don't like cucumbers.
That's interesting.
There is something I don't think it's thyme because I like thyme on potatoes. Maybe it's too much thyme. Maggie puts something in her spaghetti sauce when she makes it. I like it redneck out of the can, the ragu. when in some of her soups, she puts something in there, and that taste just sticks with me, and I can't stand it. To me, thyme, great 80s band, not a good ingredient.
Sage.
Ginger and lime. I hate when people squirt lime on something. Oh, no.
Sage and Thanksgiving dressing. If it's a heavy sage,
it's got to have some.
Yeah, but no, don't go too heavy.
Maybe it is oregano, Pritchlaw, that I'm thinking about. Maybe it is oregano.
Yeah.
Third down.
What taste reminds you of your childhood?
I've got a few.
Well, the reason I asked this because my mom got some new ice cream. It's like some kind of cherry ice cream. I tasted it, and it took me way back when to Hoover, Swenson's, the ice cream place. It tastes.
Yeah.
I mean,
I remember
right there when I said this tastes like a Swenson's wherever we used to get when I was a little kid. It was incredible.
Food can do that, and music can. Those are the only two things in me that can take you back mentally right to those places.
Smell can too.
Yeah, well, it sort of goes with the food.
Do you guys remember they came in like an aluminum pan and they were like pecan cinnamon pin rolls?
Oh, Lance, I love those things. Yeah.
I could eat the whole pan of 6, but that was like my go-to as a kid. That Frosted Flakes reminds me of a kid because I never eat them anymore. And then Hawaiian Punch. I spilled so much Hawaiian Punch as a kid.
Yeah.
Spilled it all over.
I bet that stuff didn't stain at all.
Good for a hangover.
For me, it was orange push-ups. That flavor, you know what I'm talking about?
I love to push up.
It's destroyed your hand because you couldn't
I
get
know.
it.
That last little bit.
And you'd
have to
want
bang
that,
it on the table.
Yeah, you'd want that last little. You're pushing that thing all the way
and
up.
then it would release and it would shoot it out. And it'd go all over the place.
And listen, I'm talking about the ones that look like they just fancied up a toilet paper roller and the orange stuff in that. You're pushing
it was
up.
Flintstones, wasn't it?
Yeah. Those were fantastic. That takes me back.
Yeah, mine is similar to Lance's pecan swirl things. The like aluminum tray cinnamon rolls that are just covered
White
in
icing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just nothing but white icing. I could eat a whole pan of those.
I
when
went to a
was kid.
local
Loved them.
breakfast place right down the road this morning.
Yeah.
And they had the warm orange rolls, flat pan, and then they had the cinnamon rolls with all that. And I really wanted it, but I didn't pull the
cinnamon
trigger.
rolls are so good. That and the little powder donuts, the mini powder donuts that came in the big plastic bag.
It always left
so quick you cough.
Yeah, you get choked up.
Yeah,
it always left a film on my mouth.
That and like a half gallon of milk or chocolate milk. Oh, what a good breakfast.
Yeah. Red Suckers, Rockstar. Red Suckers, too.
Cherry?
No, the red. I don't know the flavor. It wasn't a cherry or a strawberry, but when I was a kid, Red Suckers tasted differently than they do now. There was something about Red Suckers that tasted good when you were a kid that they've taken some ingredient out of it that is not as good. It may have been cancer causing, but I love the Red Sucker.
Well, the Luden's cough drop reminds me of a kid because I would try to break the rule by taking that to school and act like I had a cough.
You just like the flavor.
Yeah. I thought that was really good. And then the cream soda Dum Dum that I've talked about.
Oh, it's so good.
Fourth down.
You were given the task to torture someone, but you cannot physically harm them. What is your torture method?
I had the winning answer last night.
You did, absolutely,
repeat it.
Jim. Two out of the 4 questions, you had the winning answer.
24/7 Sam Hunt. Put them in a room, blare it.
But like a back road.
Oh, another thing, the smell of a dead animal is about as bad as it gets. But if you put somebody in a car, you handcuff them to the steering wheel, and you put a bunch of dead rats in the back seat.
On a hot July
rats.
day with the windows up.
That seems like
Sam
torture.
Hunt playing on the stereo.
What's that?
It's Sam Hunt playing on the stereo.
Yeah, why not?
So we have these decorations in the green room. They're these little tiny Christmas trees, and they're like some sort of metal. I don't know what kind of metal it is.
Okay, where are
Very
you going
thin.
with this, bro?
No, when they slide against the top of that bar.
Remember I was sliding them last
Lance
week.
was just sliding them all around last week. I was like, you have got to stop. That is killing me.
It's a next level chalkboard.
Oh, it is chalkboard times 1,000 when those things get slid.
The chalkboard would be good for me if you just had me in the room and just have people
24
writing.
hours.
Just have people writing on the chalkboard with the anticipation. Every time I can't even watch people write on chalkboards. I get.
Doesn't happen much anymore.
Yeah.
We don't get them anymore.
Yeah, I could not walk across. If you told me that I had to, you see those bridges, sometimes those swinging bridges over big gaps, thousands of feet in the air, and you said, Jim, you got to walk across that.
Have you not done the one at Gatlinburg yet?
Oh, I can't even do it.
I'm
not going to trust somebody in East Tennessee to keep that thing maintained. To hell with that.
Yeah, and I think it's the highest bridge, maybe North America now. But I was on that thing and the wind was blowing.
You got on it?
I walked across it twice because once I got over there, I had to come back.
No way. Is it okay? Gatlinburg Bridge Walk?
Yeah, Sky Bridge.
Sky Bridge.
Yeah,
okay.
this thing is insane. And, most people are laughing and, kids are running on it. And I'm like, what in the hell?
And it sways that bad?
Oh, it sways really bad.
Yeah.
There's no way. Now, see, when it sags and stuff, and then people start swinging it back and forth.
Well, yeah. You're always going to have the smart ass on there that's going to be bouncing up and down and swinging it back and forth.
They use one of your old, what am I looking for?
My old adages, my old sayings.
If that thing tumped the wrong
If
way.
it tumped over.
Yeah.
Your
people
dad.
go spilling out.
And the crocodile's under like on Indiana Jones.
Indiana Jones.
There's nothing but rock underneath there.
Hey, lady.
But, how high is it, Rocky?
I don't
Can you
know.
pull it real quick? It's, I want to say it's...
While he's looking that up, tell us about Vulcan Tires. He'll get the information on that. And Vulcan Tires brings us the 4 Downs every day.
Yeah, 5 great locations, including the newest in Pell City. Anything you need bumper to bumper, they can handle, locally owned and operated. Great guys. Stop into one of those 5 locations or online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
1,800 feet above sea level, 500 feet above Gatlinburg. I don't know what that means.
That's 50 stories.
Yeah, 500 feet above the ground. That picture makes it look even better.
You ain't gonna land on your feet.
Looks like somewhere in the Philippines.
Yeah, it really does.
All right, that's our 4 Downs today. Don't forget the University of Montevallo will take you anywhere in the world you want to go with a great education. Montevallo, montevallo.edu. If you are a son or daughter of a person right now heading to college, or if you have a son or daughter, Montevallo should be on the top of your list of a school to explore. Great class sizes, going to help your kid academically. Wonderful, beautiful campus. They're going to love it. Also, if they play sports, 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. Schedule that in-person tour today, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Back in a moment on TNR.
At the Lance Taylor.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
New Life Art brings you the viewing menu every day with Rockstar. Tell us about what you're watching tonight, Rockstar, and then we'll tell you about our friends at New Life.
Well, 5:15 on Cinemax, you got Three Amigos from 1986.
Loved it.
Everybody said that Martin Short and Steve Martin said that
they hated Chevy Chase.
Chevy was a little bit of an ass because he was on a bunch of back pain medicine and everything. Just not fun to work with, but a great movie with El Guapo. 7 p.m. on Paramount from 2003.
It's a sweater.
Yeah, Hefe. Does anybody have a stopwatch, particularly with a hand? 2003's Bad Santa. Still have not seen it. Lance is a big fan.
It's my favorite Christmas movie. I cannot believe you've not seen it.
I thought Elf was.
I like Elf a lot, but I think if I came down to it, Bad Santa would be right there. The roommate was asking me Alabama Theater, and she was going through the different movies, and I was like, they're not showing Bad Santa?
Because it's for kids. It's for families.
They got diehards down there.
True. Which is a stupid disc.
And they do the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Netflix finally comes out. I do every now and then I go to the Daily Mail to look at stories for trash. And I would say out of 200 stories, 85% of them are about this damn Netflix series, Harry and Meghan. That opened today, the first 3 episodes.
Now, those are the 2 that live over here now, right?
Yeah. He just quit being in royalty.
Yeah.
Hey, tell us about, like, last night I was really fascinated when you brought up the documentary on Netflix that I haven't seen, but
Pepsi
now I
Where's
put it in
My
my
Jet.
queue. Have you guys heard of Pepsi?
Yeah.
Pepsi what?
Pepsi Where's My Jet. I mentioned on the viewing menu when it came out, and I think Scott was the first one to watch it because I hadn't watched it yet, and he said it was really good. And I put Scott on. What do you think, Scott?
I loved it. I thought it was really fun.
So, Rockstar, you said it went one too many, right?
No. Well, it's got a little cheesy element to it, but it's good cheese. This basic story is in 1994, Pepsi's trying to beat Coca-Cola, so they come up with an ad campaign called Pepsi Points, where they give you a catalog and they have a commercial with a kid coming out and he has sunglasses on. It says sunglasses 75 Pepsi points, leather jacket with Pepsi imprint 200 Pepsi points, and then it shows a school class with papers askew and everything, and it shows a Harrier jet landing on the school grounds and the kid opening the jet, and he says,
and I vaguely remember this commercial.
He says it sure beats the school bus, and then it says Harrier jet 7 million Pepsi points.
Right.
A kid sees it. He's 20 years old, and he says, there's no disclaimer. I did the math. The way you had to do this was a Harrier jet at the time cost around $23 million, and with 7 million points would equal $700,000. So I got a friend to write a cashier's check to Pepsi, and where's my jet? And they said.
So he bought $700,000 worth of Pepsi, got the points, and then Pepsi was like, "Oh yeah, we were kidding."
There was a joke, and they said there's nothing on there that says joke. There's no disclaimer, and he said so. It was a huge court battle. And I think it was in 94, and I think it finally got settled in 99 or 2000.
Wow.
But it is a great, four episodes, really good.
Did he get his jet or his money?
I'm not telling you.
Spoiler alert done away.
Spoiler. All right. That is what Rockstar is watching tonight, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Hey, and just in, this broke yesterday, artist Daniel A. Moore's new pencil drawing portrait of former Alabama coach Gene Stallings was inspired by Leonardo da Vinci's striking drawing, the Turn Self-Portrait. In keeping with that genre, the artist has digitally infused tone and background into his drawing to visually stimulate some of the same richness inherent in the old master century's old masterpiece. This is going to be released on January 16th. You can pre-order now. Also, gift cards are available as a gift as well. Go to danielmooreart.com for all of this information. That's danielmooreart.com.
Of the players entering the Porter, is Cole Taylor, Jason Taylor's son, is he the one that made the big plays in Alabama from LSU, the tight end?
I didn't think his name was Cole.
Well, there's a tight end named Taylor from LSU that has just entered the transfer portal today.
That'd be a big get. He was a good-looking player.
Yeah, he was a good-looking player.
2 years of eligibility left, and he's on his way into the portal.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm thankful for my time at LSU. However, it's time for a change. Entered my name into the transfer portal with 2 years of eligibility left. I will forever remember the memories I made at LSU.
I think Mason Taylor is.
Yeah, Mason Taylor is Jason Taylor's son. Yeah,
all right, so this is the lesser Taylor tight end.
Yeah, no wonder he's leaving.
I was excited for a second. I was like, tight end Taylor, LSU.
Yeah.
Sign me up for that guy. So it's the other Taylor, Cole Taylor.
Okay. Mason Taylor is the really, really good one.
Yeah, the one that made some big plays down the stretch for LSU. So back that one up, Terry. Let's do our Pepsi NFL talk for the weekend. It kicks off tonight, Raiders and the Rams. It's brought to you by our friends at Pepsi. You don't need a jet to enjoy a meaningful game tonight in Los Angeles, Rockstar. It is Raiders and Rams tonight. 5-7 Raiders. They've won 3 straight. They are chasing down the Jets. See the tie-in, Rockstar? 2 games out of the wild card. And our Pepsi look ahead tonight. Raiders over the Rams tonight, and they're in this thing.
Well, I'll tell you this. Derek Carr's playing good football. Devontae Adams, they paid him a ton of money, and there's a reason. He has really shown up in these last 3 games. And Josh Jacobs has been incredible. He's less than 500 yards away from breaking the franchise rushing record for a season with Marcus Allen, and he's going to break it. I mean, he's got 7 games.
Adams leads the league in touchdowns. Jacobs leads the league in rushing.
Yeah.
How are they this bad?
Well, they're 5-7. They're on a 3-game win streak.
Yeah, but 5-7 is bad.
Here they come.
Yeah, but in this 3-game win streak, they've been really good. The defense is getting after the quarterback. I think they lead the NFL over the last 3 weeks in sacks. And now they're playing a Rams team that's lost 6 consecutive games. John Wolford is going to go through initial warm-ups tonight. If he can't go, it's Baker Mayfield.
And no Aaron Donald, no Kupp, no Stafford, obviously, but no Aaron Donald. So is that a big night for those DraftKings folks out there for Josh Jacobs?
Yeah, possibly. But I will say this. The Rams' rush defense is 4th in the NFL. And a lot of that is with Aaron Donald, obviously, but Bobby Wagner's been fantastic this year. Rams really good against the rush. I look for Devontae Adams to have a big night. But I think this could be an interesting game. Again, the Rams really played hard last week.
Pepsi look ahead in the NFL, always brought to you by our friends at Pepsi. Eagles and Giants, Dolphins and Chargers. What's on the line for the Dolphins this week as they travel to Los Angeles to play the Chargers?
It is very close to a must-win for Miami, who is 8-4 right now. Very, very solid in the playoffs. But if you look at their remaining schedule, Miami is favored to win this game on the road. Their remaining schedule is not easy. So if you believe that it's going to take 11-6 to get in the playoffs, it's going to get harder and harder to get to 11 wins if you don't win this game against the Chargers Sunday night.
Minnesota and Detroit, a big game we've talked about. LT keeps seeing people just say Vikings is like cheating. It's like a cheat code this weekend.
Easy money.
I do like Detroit this weekend. The Vikings just seem to be hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, so that's our look ahead to the National Football League. You see the lines on our Pepsi ticker right there. Thank you to Pepsi for bringing us our NFL kickoff to the weekend right there. That it starts tonight, 7:15 on Prime, with the Raiders and the Rams out in Los Angeles. 2-7, now 5-7, 2 games back of the Jets. By the way, Jared Goff of the Lions, former Rams quarterback, playing his best football ever.
Oh, no doubt.
And he's looking good with the Lions. When we come back to college football we go. We talk a little bit about Kirby Smart as the SEC Coach of the Year, and then some other movement going on, including in the college football landscape. One commissioner finally stood up and told the Rose Bowl, I don't like the way you're treating us. and he comes clean yesterday. That conversation continues on the other side on the next round, being brought to you in part by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
Under the same roof as Element Wellness. You can see more at elementwellness.me, and they've got great Christmas gift ideas. If you're anything like me, guys, you need all the help you can get for a Christmas idea. How about wellness infusion packages? 3 Myers cocktail vitamin infusions, just $397. These are regularly $177 each, so it's a great savings. Ladies, looking for that gift for a guy in your life? How about 10 sessions of cryotherapy? 10 sessions, just $350. That's a savings of $50. Great, unique Christmas ideas. ElementWellness.me. They got a lot more. ElementWellness.me. Tattersall Park, 119, 280. It's Element Wellness.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the next round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Halfway through the show, we start hour number 3 today. As always, brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you get those great southern fried chicken plates. They're just wonderful for lunch. The wonderful sides. You can get to-go boxes, to-go plates as well to take them back home, back to the work site. They'll do meetings. They cater parties and everything. Those Mississippi Delta tamales. Tamales and chicken fingers are so easy to take to tailgates or to youth events and things like that. Sterling and his crew, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Great location there. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Short jump off the exit there off of I-65, and you get to Champy's just like that. champy'schicken.com. Check them out for lunch and dinner today. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, everybody else here, including Taylor Corn handling social media. Rockstar on the mic number 4 there, punching all the buttons today. Forrester's back in the back row, giving you all the video content. Lunsford's still out today. He'll be back with us next week as he takes a little time off here to celebrate he and his wife and another trip around the globe together. A little anniversary time for Lunsford and Mrs. Lunsford there. So appreciate Laurel and everything she does for our company as well. Bud Light game night tonight. The Battery in Homewood. Make plans to come see us 5 to 7. Remember, give us a thumbs up, like, and subscribe wherever you're watching us today. Forrester, give me the Nathaniel Watson social media event last night. We're to this point as well. Not that you're on edge already as a football fan. Nathaniel Watson, best edge rusher coming back to Mississippi State, or so you think. Last night, Nathaniel Watson's officially in the transfer portal. He tweets that out from his account last night. For 20 minutes, it hangs out there.
Okay.
20 minutes it hangs out until he sends this one. Psych!
Oh.
Hashtag Hail State Forever.
Stupid.
20 minutes he let his fan base hang out there in the wind thinking, wait, what?
First of all, I didn't know we use the word psych anymore.
It's coming back, Brown. It's coming back.
Secondly, I think some other state players are having fun with this because of the other one, and I didn't see any of the tweets. I just saw the reaction to it.
Right. But you're talking about what Dylan Johnson did.
Yeah, what Dylan Johnson did. Yeah. We're just kind of showing you there, which was pretty wild.
Possibility, though, when Watson floated it out, that he got a couple of phone calls. What do you need?
Yeah. For 20 minutes, if somebody's monitoring his Twitter account, he is a good enough player that there were people's, hey, wait. This guy's in the portal. Are we on him yet? Whatever last name, Jimbo, Dabo, Wambo, Gumbo. Are we on him yet? I mean, yeah, absolutely. For 20 minutes, somebody was scrambling trying to get a contact info for that guy. He's that good of a player. Here's your headlines. If you have missed them this morning, Alabama assistant Charles Kelly is now part of Deion Sanders' staff at Colorado. Were you guys surprised by Josh Pate answering your question that he thinks Deion wins a conference championship before Hugh Freeze at Auburn? That surprised me a lot.
No, but I see what he's saying. I mean, think about it like this. USC and UCLA, 2 of your top contenders this year, they're going to be going to the Big Ten. Oklahoma and Texas are going to be coming into the SEC. SEC gets more difficult. Pac-12 gets less difficult.
Yeah, but if I'm an Auburn fan, Brown, I think when you hired Hugh Freeze, I instantly thought to myself, year 2, we're going to be competitive again.
Well, I mean, you thought that, but last decade, how many SEC championships has Auburn won?
13-10. So does any of those still fall in the decade?
10 does not get you in this decade.
Yeah, but let's do like we do in college football.
All right, what do you want me to do?
Last 13 years.
All right, last 13 years to make it 2. I mean, my point is, and this is no shot at Auburn, I'm just saying that shows you how hard it is to do. In a decade, you've won 1 conference championship. And
for the record, Colorado has played for a conference championship in this same decade.
Yeah, and I don't think Georgia's going anywhere. Alabama's not going anywhere. I think the West has gotten tougher with Brian Kelly at LSU instead of Ed O, Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss instead of Matt Luke.
So you guys are saying because of the landscape of the SEC, it's just tougher to do it.
And the landscape of the Pac-12, which is getting easier to do it.
Right.
Well, I mean, you mark me down as I'm going to be an idiot in this. I think Deion Sanders will have success at Colorado, but I don't think there's just no way you can say it's going to be Lincoln Riley-esque because that's USC, and he was leaving Oklahoma where he could take playoff contending players with him to Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Now, Deion can bring other people's playoff contending players and gather them together. It's just a little – it's not the USC brand at Colorado.
But let me ask you this way, and I don't disagree with you on that. I think Deion makes it a much better brand. In 2 years, when USC and UCLA are gone, who does he have to beat to get in that championship game? Give me the 2 teams you think.
Well, right now you would say Utah, Oregon, and Washington.
Yeah.
I'd give you 3 teams.
All right, and that's fine. Yeah, and you're right on those. I think those are the 3 teams. I mean, those are all good programs, but would you rather have to catch and pass those teams with Colorado, or catch and pass everything in the SEC with any SEC school? I think I'd rather do it at Colorado. That's why I agree with Josh.
Well, let me ask you this. What if in this offseason, which is a possibility, once we get past the playoffs again, the Big Ten could say, you know what, we're gonna take Oregon and Washington too now, and then the Pac-12 implodes and Colorado naturally goes back to the Big 12. Is it tougher for Deion then in the Big 12? I guess what I'm asking is Deion going to build a program that the best of college football, regardless of what conference you're in, is going to fear that roster? Do you think Deion Sanders is going to build a top 15, top 10 program at Colorado?
Well, I mean, look, he brought in top 100 players to Jackson State. So if they do loosen the academic requirements that Luganville talked about yesterday, the NIL starts to build. There's a lot of money in Boulder.
Does that surprise anybody that Colorado has to loosen their academic standards?
I've heard Colorado's a good school.
It's a great school.
My buddy Jeff Shear, who listens to our show, works with Auburn now, longtime Montgomery sportscaster, Colorado grad. Our friend Abby Chen, who used to work with me, Colorado grad. Liz Arts, used to be at NBC 13, Colorado grad. I've known 3 of them. Not saying I don't think all 3 of them are brilliant, because they are. But I've never thought of Colorado to be Ivy League-esque or Stanford and Cal-esque or those type schools.
No, it's one of the reasons Colorado really enjoyed being part of the Pac-12 because of the academics. But yeah, Colorado academically is one of those institutions that people rave about. It's a Midwestern, not even Midwestern.
The Harvard of the Rockies, Lance.
Yeah, Harvard of the Rockies.
Yeah, Ivy League of the Rockies.
Good way to put it. But I do think, the things with Deion, get good coordinators in. He looks like he has with Sean Lewis coming in and now Charles Kelly coming in, guys that can recruit. So I've got a little confidence that Deion can get this thing right.
So Deion Sanders is working now on that coaching staff and getting a great recruiter in Charles Kelly from Nick Saban's staff in Tuscaloosa. He's an Auburn grad, now going out to CU to join Deion. A guy that has changed it all for everyone is the guy on our preview screen right here, Sonny Dykes of TCU. 1 year from SMU to TCU, and he is in the college football playoffs. Sonny Dykes on what it means for his program to have climbed this mountain.
I think it's a game changer, quite frankly. I think that's everybody's message. I think the only difference is now it's something that's come to fruition for us, is getting in the 14 playoff. And, if it can happen one time, then it can certainly happen again. And, I think it's going to be a game changer. I really do. I think that there's already a high level of interest from some really good players across Texas and across the country. And I think this is going to do nothing but enhance our ability to go and recruit some of the best football players in the country.
Sonny, first off, nobody looks good on a green screen. I don't think when it's
You
not
think that's
done
a green
right.
screen?
Yeah.
Well, no, it's the Zoom backdrop.
Yeah.
They look awful. It's the same principle, but yeah.
Yeah, nobody looks good at that. Secondly, Sonny Dykes looks to me like a guy that he looks like somebody I know, and he looks like a guy that if you run into him at the Vestavia Country Club, he's going to take you for five dots on one side, 3 dots on the other side. He's going to kick your ass on the golf course. He just has that build about him. Looks like, hey, you want to play for some dots? Yeah.
His
okay.
voice has never matched his face to me.
But he looks like somebody. I don't know who he looks like. Somebody who's been in my life before. I can never remember who it is though.
I don't know, Jim. He's got a little
Chico in him, doesn't he?
There's some Chico.
Yeah.
I can see some Chico.
Got a little bit of Del Greco in him.
There's some Del Greco in there. Yeah. He looks like if you put coat and tie on him, I could buy Baptist preacher. Have you ever seen a preacher that looks like that?
Oh
guy?
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I could see a high school principal.
High school principal,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah.
He's an everyday guy. Is Sonny Dykes,
Yeah,
but
he is.
he's done a hell of a job this year. At
I mean,
TCU.
if somebody was coming to work on your refrigerator, I could see him in the short sleeve button up shirt.
Yeah.
Got a little Kevin James in him, delivering stuff for UPS.
A little bit. I mean, he's an everyday man. Have you talking about recruiting there? Have you ever been on that campus
At TCU?
Yeah, it's a pretty campus.
Which one did you and I walk through?
That was SMU.
SMU. Thank
Yeah.
you. That's just for you, Rockstar.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
The TCU campus is in a very nice neighborhood. It's a really pretty campus. It's a well thought of school. I don't know what their facilities are like. All I saw was the stadium. I always go back to Chip Brown telling us years ago that Baylor had the best facilities in the Big 12, and that's when TCU was already in the Big 12. So as far as recruiting goes, this obviously puts you in a different stratosphere being in the playoffs. I don't know if you're TCU, how much you're able to capitalize on recruiting. I don't know what their facilities are like.
I've been one block off of the TCU campus with McLaren at a brewery when we were out there in 2015.
In Fort Worth? Y'all went all the way to Fort Worth?
Yeah, we were at a brewery somewhere. Maybe it was SMU I was off of. Maybe I'm always on the SMU campus thinking it's TCU. Yeah. So I guess maybe I haven't been on the TCU campus. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at the Squadron, Birmingham Squadron. They won the other night. And they are back at it tonight at Legacy Arena. Kyra Lewis, Jordan Swing, John Petty Jr. You know this Squadron team that all of a sudden is getting hot. And tonight's a fun night. Guess who else is in town? Santa and Mrs. Claus in town tonight. They're at Legacy this evening. Little last-minute getaway for them,
Where did she
Rockstar.
park his sleigh? Like, did she ride in the sleigh with him?
Top of Legacy Arena. They come down through the chimney.
Yeah. Do they have Uber sleighs? We'll just take an Uber sleigh to get down there. 7 o'clock tip tonight as you get a chance to do the teddy bear toss as well. So a great way to support local charities by bringing a teddy bear to the game tonight and throwing it on the court that'll go to kids in need in the Birmingham area. So 7 o'clock tonight for Birmingham as they roll up against rival Memphis this evening. 7 o'clock, Legacy Arena. Get your Squadron tickets year-round at Ticketmaster.com, Ticketmaster.com, or call them up, 205-719-0850, 719-0850, or Ticketmaster.com. They won on Tuesday, trying to win again tonight down at Legacy Arena. 7 o'clock tip for that. Bring that teddy bear.
Jeff Jeffy says Sonny Dykes is the love child of Aldel Greco and Taylor Hicks. That's what we were looking for. I think the gray hair was Taylor Hicks.
Good time to hit that harmonica, Rockstar.
I gotta get in my bag.
Oh, Rockstar, you carry a harmonica like Taylor?
Rockstar's favorite line occasionally is he has that harmonica ready to go.
Why do you have a harmonica in your bag?
Why do you ask so many damn questions?
The other day, I'm back behind the wall, and it's time to leave, and Rockstar says, well, I'm going to Taylor Hicks it out of here. And he hits the harmonica, and he plays it up right there.
Can you do, is there anything like notable you play on that? Like I would recognize?
I can't play harmonica. I can do the standard Bob Dylan harmonica.
Why do you carry it around if you can't
Do
play
you guys
it?
carry anything random like that?
I got a microphone in my bag.
Well, I get that.
Like, because Kelsey the other day, we were looking for a wine opener up here, and she was like, I think I got one in my purse.
Oh, professional.
She didn't. She had
Always be
taken it out,
prepared.
but for a minute she did.
I don't know the most random thing I carry around. All
I
the
used
time.
to have and I got it when we did the big game tasting or whatever at Talladega. What's it called?
The Wild Game Cook-Off.
Yeah, they gave me a really nice knife, and so I just kept it in my bag that I would take to work in the pocket.
Yeah.
And I remember it got checked at the airport.
Yeah, but that's in somebody's.
The dude flipped out the blade. And he's like, you ain't taking this with you. He's like, you
didn't
can
know
take
you
it back
had it
to
in
your
there, did you?
car or we can keep it.
Yeah.
I was like, I guess you're keeping it.
You should have said, for $10, I'll give it to you right now. Made $10 off of it.
Well, I think he knew that I wasn't going to go back to my car.
I don't think. Yeah.
You had that look about you. Kirby Smart getting ready. LT was asking some serious questions about Kirby Smart. One thing that he is familiar with his time at Alabama and now doing this at Georgia is I think the biggest challenge for the 4 playoff teams is getting from Selection Sunday all the way to December 31st. Here's Kirby.
The management of the schedule is critical. I think having been a part of it and done it multiple years at Alabama and now at Georgia, it is so critical to your success, how you manage that time, and not just us as coaches, but how these players manage this time. I also think the mindset and the framework you approach it with, there's certainly a mindset to it. And I told our team today that, last year's team in that same meeting had a different frame of mind than maybe our team right now does. And that's so critical, how you manage the next month and how we as coaches manage it and how the players manage it. And, with Ohio State, there's a breath of fresh air of opportunity. We've never had the fortune of saying, all right, we were out and then we got back in. There's a couple of times we got really close to getting in, but the excitement that provides and the energy is like, it's a kick of momentum. That we have to understand that, and we have to be able to match that, and understand that there's a piece of that you got to know. But managing the 27 days is just critical, because sometimes your guys think 27 days is a long time, and then it's right up on you before you know it.
Yeah, and he's exactly right about that. For Ohio State, the breath of new life can carry you those 27 days. It makes every practice, all 15 practices leading into that, or whatever practices you get for that game, it makes it really almost like bonus. It's like house money, so you're a lot more energized. You're a lot more focused. We didn't think we'd be here, but, man, we're here. Let's go get it, man.
For whatever it's worth, good or bad, if it's 27 days for Georgia, it's 34 for Ohio State. They didn't have to play that conference championship game. Now, that could be a bad thing because, that's a longer time off, which means you could get rustier. It's also a longer time off, which means you can get a little bit more healthy.
Chances are, though, they got back to practice quicker than Georgia did.
I would imagine so.
Georgia wanted to rest their players
which
too.
Might
right?
be a positive. I mean, I don't know if that's positive or negative. Obviously, you didn't want to lose the Michigan game and find out, but they did. But that could be a positive if they got more time.
Yeah. So managing the time is something I think Nick Saban's always been good at, and Kirby was over there for a long time. He's been very good at it as well, winning the national championship last year. One more thing to get to here in this segment before we head off to trash, and then we talk to Andy Kennedy, head coach of UAB, coming up just after 11:45 Central Time here this hour. But part of the show being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie. I want to talk about that Georgia and Ohio State game a little bit. And LT, I want you to answer the question for me after he tells us about MyBookie. How does Ohio State win the game? In your head, how does it play out where Ohio State's on top? What happens on the field? What does Ohio State do right? What does Georgia do wrong? And MyBookie will be there if you think that's going to happen.
If Lance can convince you of that, go to mybookie.ag. Open an account right now, a deposit of up to $500 or more, and you can claim a bonus of up to $200. mybookie.ag, code next round. That is mybookie.ag, code next round to get that bonus. Bet on the NFL, college basketball, football, and play the weekly blackjack tournaments right there at mybookie.ag. And that code, next round, allows you to get that bonus. You get it in, you use it immediately, cash out quick. Experience sports in a whole new light. Make this season a winning one. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. mybookie.ag, code next round. That's mybookie.ag, code next round.
So if you look into a crystal ball, how does Ohio State win this game?
Well, I forgot who it was we were talking to. Maybe it was Luganville, maybe it was Clatt, and they were talking about that Georgia's going to play Ohio State just like they did Tennessee. And they're going to make, much like they did Hendon Hooker, throw into these tight windows, the same for C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud is one of the most accurate quarterbacks I've ever seen in college football. He's that pinpoint. And he's got an offensive line that's got 3 guys who are going to be drafted in the first 3 rounds this year. He's got a first-round guy, a second-round guy, and probably a third-round guy. He's got the best receiver in football in Marvin Harrison Jr., Mayan Williams, Travion Henderson, and Dallin Hayden are all going to be healthy at the running back position by the time they play. So if Stroud can actually, if they can keep Georgia a little off balance, just getting enough rushing, 150-plus possibly, and then Stroud makes those throws that he made in the Rose Bowl, they got a shot.
That kind of yardage, though, Georgia's the best rush defense in the country.
Yeah.
So that's a big ask.
If I go back to Alabama when they were winning the national championship game against Georgia and when they beat them in the SEC championship, they were disruptive of Stetson Bennett. It wasn't until at the end of the third, but really the whole fourth quarter, when Stetson got on point and played his best football and won the national championship. Does Ohio State look like they're good enough in their front seven, specifically their defensive line, to cause problems for Stetson Bennett?
Well, I think Zach Harrison, the way he's playing the second half of the season, is a guy on the edge that can actually disrupt. But that's going to be the guy that Georgia will key. Ohio State's defense has improved. It didn't look good in the fourth quarter against Michigan. So I think Georgia's going to be able to score. Ohio State, to me, it comes down to their offense. They're going to have to be able to score.
And you got to throw the ball in the end zone against Georgia. Only Iowa gave up fewer rushing touchdowns than Georgia. Iowa gave up 4, Georgia gave up 5. So it is so hard to get the ball in the end zone on the ground against them.
Michael says Ohio State's receivers could hold up against that secondary, but their run game has no chance. Trip in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. I think TCU would have caused more problems for Georgia's D than Ohio State. Duggan's legs would be a difference maker. Stroud is a statue. CJ does not run the ball. He doesn't yearn to run the football.
No, he doesn't. And that is, you go back to Justin Fields, the last time they played for a national championship, you had that threat of a guy that would get out of the pocket and actually could run the football. Against Iowa, just for the record, I mean, Ohio State only rushed for 66 yards.
That's right. And that's the most
SEC-like defense.
Well, no, I mean, if you compare rush defense, Iowa's and Georgia's compare favorably.
Now, I do want to say they scored 54 points.
They did do that, yes.
Dustin says, I love Georgia's D-line against the Buckeyes right there in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. We will do trash when we come back, then talk basketball with Andy Kennedy to finish out this hour. Wide open in the final hour for your phone calls at 205-734-0923, or the faster path is either on Twitter at Next Round Live or over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Precision Sports, but also Ghost Energy Drinks. If you're looking for a pick-me-up, I love the citrus flavor. LT's about to try a mango here in a second. They've got a variety of different flavors, including Warhead, Sour Patch, Creamsicle. Check them out as Ghost Energy Drink. Look at all those beautiful cans wherever you buy your energy drink. Remember the name Ghost.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened a new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, as well as new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville. The real estate market has never been crazier than it is right now. That's why, with 52 years of experience, ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. To find out more, text the word MOVE to 35620. That's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. It's time to race around Talladega and help out Toys for Tots. It's happening 9-1 December 10th. That's this Saturday at the Talladega Superspeedway. For a $50 donation per vehicle, you can drive around the track for 3 full, exhilarating laps with all donations going towards Toys for Tots. It's also free to attend and explore the Talladega Garage experience. We encourage everyone who attends to bring a new unwrapped toy for Toys for Tots. Learn more at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
This hour brought to you by Champy'sChicken.com. Sterling down there on Highway 119. Go by and check his place out. Chicken and po' boys and unbelievable sides and wonderful desserts. Great bar area there. Those Mississippi Delta tamales. It is Champy'sChicken.com. Brown, you'll know if this is true or not. But reports, people being mentioned for the Purdue job. The Athletic mentioned Dan Mullen for that. And in the point, they're like, we don't know if Dan's interested in leaving, the broadcast booth or the studio for any job. He passed on interest from UAB. Was Dan Mullen ever maybe just a phone call from somebody to see if you're interested at all? If I got down the road at all?
I heard a lot of names that showed interest. His was, to my knowledge, not one of them. So I don't know how deep that interest went. I think they identified Trent Dilfer pretty early in the process, and there were a lot of other guys. There was more interest for that job. I think some of the names might surprise the people, but I don't know if Dan Mullen was one of them.
For this Purdue job, two names that were being mentioned, and if these two take the job, then this tells you that the coaches perceive the SEC and the Big Ten being the firm foundation and all the other conferences being shaky ground moving forward. I heard the name, I read the name at The Athletic, Dave Clawson and Matt Campbell. If either one of those leave for the Purdue job, would you not say that's just those two guys saying the ACC and the Big 12, I don't know what our futures are going to be with these programs. I want to go to Purdue.
Feels pretty lateral for both those guys.
Or down some.
I don't know, man. I mean, Wake's a school of 3,500 people? I mean, it's so difficult to recruit there. I think Purdue would be a major step up. You're going to be doubling your salary. Oh, yeah.
Major step up to Purdue?
Step up. Yeah.
What are you going to do at Purdue?
More money, obviously, but your path to winning the Big Ten championship or ACC championship.
Yeah, I'd rather try to win the ACC at Wake. How are you going to win the Big Ten at Purdue?
Now he has made us forget how tough that Wake job is the last few years. That is a true statement.
I think Wake was one of the worst Power Five. So was Iowa State.
Yeah, either one of those.
Yeah, but
guys.
Iowa State just played for a conference championship.
But historically, Purdue is a better program.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, historically. But when the Big Ten goes no divisions, do you know how hard it's going to be to get Purdue in the championship game?
Between Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, USC, UCLA, Wisconsin.
Yeah, good luck.
I get it.
Just finishing the top 7.
But, back to your point, Purdue was just in the championship.
Yeah, but that's only because you had divisions.
Jeff Brom.
That's only because you had divisions. If you don't have divisions, that doesn't happen.
Jeff Brom basically left Purdue for Louisville for virtually the same money, 6 years, $35 million. We'll do trash now. We'll get back to some other names, some interesting names mentioned for that Purdue opening by the Athletic. And we'll talk to Andy Kennedy next segment. Right here, it is time for the Mortgage Right Trash of the Day.
I have you on camera, and I have you.
Not threatening you. I'm gonna go there and cut that.
Is this your plant? I have no incentive to give you any positive politeness at all, do I? You were nothing but rude and belligerent. Have a good day, ma'am.
Oh, you son of a bitch!
Yes, you too. Thank you.
LT's Trash is presented by
joint
Mortgage
yesterday.
Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, surging interest rates may be weighing down your decision to buy a home, but Mortgage Right has a program that can lift the burden. If you're looking to save money on your new mortgage, temporary interest rate buy-down may be just what you need. Mortgage Right's temporary buy-down program, it lowers your initial interest rate during the early years of your mortgage, giving you a chance to save money in a more demanding housing market with a variety of buy-down options and experts nationwide. Our friends at Mortgage Right can help you purchase your home with the best possible interest rate. Rates are on the rise, so it's more than wise to consider a temporary interest rate buy-down. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started, or 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. I'm going to save first story for last.
All right.
Okay.
Because to me, it's incredible. We start first, Overland Park, Kansas. A restaurant manager sent a harsh message to employees about taking time off and was later fired.
Oh, no. He got fired for this message.
It was an Olive Garden. I know she's a management, Brown.
All my management is male in my mind. Sorry.
An Olive Garden media relations representative confirmed to KCTV 5, a manager of the restaurant sent the below message to staffers. Quote, our call-offs are occurring at a staggering rate. From now on, if you call off, you might as well go out and look for another job. We are no longer tolerating any, all caps, excuse for calling off. Sounds like she's over the pond in Britain.
Yeah, calling off is something I've never heard.
If you're sick, you need to come prove it to us. If your dog died, you need to bring the dog in and prove it to us. If it's a family emergency, you can't say too bad. Go work somewhere else. If you only want morning shifts, too bad. Go work at a bank. If anyone from here on calls out more than once, all caps, in the next 30 days, you will not have a job. Do you know in my 11 and a half years at Darden how many days I've called off? 0. I came in sick. I got in a wreck literally on my way to work one time. Airbags went off. My car was totaled. And you know what? I made it to work on time, all caps. There are no more excuses. Us collectively as a management team have had enough. If you don't want to work here, don't. It's as simple as that. If you're here and want to work, then work. No more complaining about being cut or not being able to leave early. You're in the restaurant business. Do I want to be here until midnight on Friday or Saturday? No. I'd rather be at home with my husband and dog, going to the movies or seeing family, but I don't. I'm dedicated to being here, as you should. No more excuses, no complaints. I hope you choose to continue to work here, and I think we, as management, make it as easy as we can on y'all.
Whoops.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for those who come in every day, work hard. I wish there were more like you.
Yeah. Too late. The whole staff quit. Is that what happened?
You know, so it's like
she got fired
because my manager says I'm lazy. I'm transferring to Chili's.
Yeah.
I mean, I think she was probably being obviously exaggerating about bringing in a dead dog or all that stuff.
But you know, it's probably one or two employees that are always asking off.
Well, yeah,
and it's ruining it for everybody else.
Yeah, it's easier just to fire those two instead of sending that.
That's
email.
right. Yeah, I agree. It's better management.
So police are working to locate the person responsible for pulling over and stealing a woman's electric scooter after she crashed it. Officers say on November 26th, around 9:57 p.m.,
Great
the woman
picture, by the way,
had been driving her Razor scooter when she crashed. Authorities say that while she had been lying on the ground, a truck had approached her, stopped, put her scooter in the bed of the truck, The thief, police say, then fled the scene, getting caught on camera in the process.
Okay, we're looking for a blurry red truck, right, sir? That's what we need.
Bigfoot driving it.
No, actually, I would turn that in. If my photography class back at the University of Montevallo, they would say, show movement. And that would be my picture to show movement. That truck is not sitting still. That is showing movement.
But can you imagine being somebody, you see a woman fall off her scooter.
Yeah, laying on the ground, and you pick her scooter up and leave.
Free scooter.
You're okay, right? All right, see it.
Okay, is there something we don't know? You remember in Armageddon where they said, look, when this thing hits, we're not going to tell anybody because the panic out there would be crazy?
Baumhower Spotlight next hour, surprise of the week so far. Maybe it's this SLT.
Well, as NASA continues its exploration, it needs new technology to improve the infrastructure on the moon. In an effort to meet this need, NASA awarded Icon, an advanced construction technology company best known for 3D printed homes, a $57.2 million contract to develop construction technologies to build infrastructure on the moon, including landing pads, habitats, and roads.
Where am I going to put my shit garden to grow potatoes to eat up there?
There's a Martian reference. Why can't we fix the infrastructure in the roads here? That'd be cool.
Yeah, you think it'd be maybe a little cheaper than doing it on the moon?
I just really wonder. Now, this contract goes through 2028. Tuesday's contract is under Phase 3 of NASA's Small Business Innovation Research Project. It's a continuation of a prior dual-use contract with the Air Force, which NASA partially funded. The award will fund Icon's Project Olympus to engage in research and development for space-based construction systems to support further space exploration. As NASA looks to have astronauts return to the moon and eventually travel to Mars, the agency is also looking to create a sustainable presence in outer space and establishing a long-term presence on the moon. Again, scares me just a little bit that we're really working this hard to do this, because would you guys want to move to the moon?
You know, I would not, Lance.
If they had infrastructure, yeah.
Yeah, I would absolutely not want to move to the moon.
But, I mean, can you imagine the traffic on the moon when we all get there? I mean, you got all those craters you got to worry about.
Don't you float away when I'm talking to you.
You got all those craters you're worried about. Now they're going to have construction everywhere. You're going to have that guy holding up that little stop sign, then slow.
I'm just telling you, there's something to this.
So Lance has declared there is something to this.
So you're saying they're trying to start building up there so that we can all evacuate Earth soon?
Yeah.
Why are we going to evacuate Earth?
What's going to happen to Earth that's going to make us go to the moon that you think the moon's going to survive?
Yeah, it's only 200,000 miles away.
I'm just saying, I just think it's weird that anybody would want to relocate there unless you absolutely had to.
I don't want to. Gingrich says he's going to make it the 51st state.
Yeah. I don't want to go Mr. Science on you here, but if something happens to the Earth, we're going to do if we're all on the moon, we're going to go straight into that sun.
Yeah.
It's going to suck us right out of our orbit.
The old moon all of a sudden just floating on its own.
I'm going to be the old couple in the Titanic. I'm going to hang back.
Oh, there's zero chance I'm living on the moon.
Oh, I'm not leaving Earth. I'm going down with Earth.
I'd absolutely rather die on Earth than live on the moon. Yeah. Absolutely.
It's my homeland right here, man.
That's right.
I'm dying right here.
Hey, this is, or when times were easier. You ready?
I will leave 1% open just in case that we discover a beautiful planet that if I go there, I've got superhero abs and a soccer body and long hair, and all of a sudden I am the Superman of that planet.
This here's the foot planet. Yeah. President Dunaway.
Okay, here is, according to the title, ridiculous advice women were given in the 1950s.
Okay.
You guys play along with me.
I will.
Make the evening his. After a long day at work, he doesn't want to deal with complaints or trivial things.
That's right.
He wants to relax and unwind.
Yeah.
Preach.
To ensure their husbands were able to enjoy the evening, women were told to keep any complaints to themselves, including those about them hardly spending any time at home. Since all women did day in and day out was relaxed, the evening was the time for them to allow their husbands to experience the same luxury.
Absolutely. I want to have a fire built, and I want to sit in my suit in my easy chair.
Rockstar, can we get a ding after each one of these?
That's a big
God bless America.
Yeah.
Here's another one.
I'm worried about the ventilation on that fireplace.
It does seem like there's a lot of exposed flame.
The dog doesn't seem worried.
Nope.
Make sure you're dolled up for your husband. Along the same lines as always appearing feminine to ensure you've freshened yourself up in preparation for your husband's return. After a day at work, your husband may need a pick-me-up. And what better way than to come home to a gorgeous wife who's dolled up and ready to go?
Dolled up is the way I like to find my wife.
Yeah.
How about this one? Have
Me
dinner
too.
ready.
I mean, my wife, not your wife.
Thank you, Jim.
Yes.
Have dinner ready and make sure it's good.
I don't want to eat that
dinner.
early. I don't want to eat that early.
Another way to ensure your husband enjoyed his evening was to have dinner ready for him. In order to be a good wife, it was especially important to plan ahead and prepare a dinner he enjoyed so he felt welcomed after a tough day at work.
Don't you dare cook something I don't want.
I thought he had a man bun for a second.
That is a weird place to handle. Yes.
There's some chili. Oh, God.
Minimize noise. Don't you dare talk when he returns home. After a long day of work, the last thing your husband wants to deal with is a loud home. That's why women in the 1950s were taught to keep their homes as quiet as possible in the evening.
That is right.
This meant finishing the washing and vacuuming during the day and ensuring the children didn't throw any tantrums. Women were also told to keep their opinions to themselves and not bombard their husbands with, quote, unnecessary chatter. Instead, they were encouraged to greet them at the front door with a smile.
That's right. All dolled up with a smile, Rockstar.
And I don't want those kids throwing tantrums. You've had all day with them to throw tantrums.
If you can't get them straight while I'm going to work.
You've been relaxing all day.
Welcome home, sir.
And finally, know your place.
That's right.
Women were told to keep life as easy for their men as possible, along with preparing dinner and keeping the house organized. They were expected to keep quiet about important issues, never question authority or opinions, and ensure home life was simple and easy.
What a time.
Well, they also said, I didn't include it, but they said one of the first things of advice was, the wording's so great, never, ever go to a swimming pool when you have the curse.
What's the curse?
Yes.
The monthly?
Yeah.
What do they call it? They call it the courses on Bridgerton. I haven't
banging
had my
trees?
courses in quite a while. I think you may be pregnant.
Andy Kennedy coming up. That is Trash, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, home values on the rise, but so are sky-high rent prices. Stop wasting money on rent. Start investing in a lifelong asset. Take control today by talking to our friends at Mortgage Right about your home ownership goals. Mortgage Right has the option, speed, and ease you're looking for when purchasing a home. Their mortgage experts are just a phone call away. They're always willing to answer your questions, guide you through the home buying process. Make the most of the current housing market by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR to become a homeowner today, or call 205-815-9200. If you're in the Birmingham area, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. The real estate market is crazier than it has ever been. ERA King has 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35620 to get started. That's the word MOVE to 35620. It's a crazy market. That's why you need our friends at ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Great day of basketball Saturday, including number 8 Alabama against number 1 Houston, Auburn and Atlanta to play Memphis, and our UAB Blazers in Morgantown to play another good Bob Huggins team at West Virginia. Let's talk to Andy Kennedy. He's brought to you by our friends at Legacy Credit Union. No matter where you are in life, start building a legacy you can be proud of today. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
And Coach joins us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, AK. How are you today?
What's up, guys? I'm good. How about y'all?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. I got to take the family down to the game Sunday against South Alabama. It was a fun contest, and again, Jelly showed out 30 points. The kid just continues to deliver time and time again. But the thing I noticed most, Coach, and I don't know a lot of basketball. Boy, he plays hard on the defensive end. Everybody focuses on his scoring, but he gets after it defensively as well.
Yeah, you said it, RB. You don't know much about basketball.
Does he not play hard enough on defense for you?
Not hard enough for me.
Come on, Andy.
Listen, my standard's pretty high. No, Jelly has made improvements when he's guarding the ball, which we haven't done a very good job of, and it is going to certainly be problematic if we don't clean that up between now and Saturday. We've got to sit down and guard the ball, stay out of unnecessary rotations. Jelly, at the end of the day, is 5'10", 5'11", 160 pounds, so he's got to start the fight early because sometimes people are going to go at him. He is such an important offensive factor for us. They're going to constantly challenge him on the defensive end. So we're just challenging him to pick the fight up earlier, use your speed, your quickness, be disruptive because there's times where he gets overpowered at the basket. But I think Jelly's made huge strides in all areas of his game as he's been a Blazer.
You know, just watching West Virginia basketball on television, I mean, that Coliseum seems like a difficult place to play.
It is a difficult place to play. Great history in there. They really support the program. The job that Hugs has done has been obviously remarkable. They're a good team. You know, last year was certainly not his best team. We had an opportunity to clip them in Legacy Arena, led for the majority of the game, and couldn't get it done down the stretch because of our inability to make hard shots, and they're going to constantly put pressure on you defensively. As I'm sitting here looking today, they're the 31st rated offense in America. We're the 25th rated offense in America, and we're the 77th rated defense despite some qualms and some issues that we've got to clean up, but they're the 31st rated defense. So when you're trending in the top 30 range in both offense and defense, you've got a really good basketball team.
Hey, and don't forget UAB back at home after this trip to Morgantown next Wednesday night, 6 o'clock, Bartow Arena. Wear green as UAB welcomes SEC South Carolina to campus. Need to sell out Bartow for that game next Wednesday, 6 o'clock, Bartow Arena. Everybody wear green for that one. Was last year sort of a dip for Bob? Was that his typical team? Does this look like a typical Cincinnati, West Virginia, Bob Huggins coach team?
No, last year was the worst team he's had there in a long time. Now, he's had a few, glitches. We all do. It's hard to maintain consistency at this level. But last year was certainly not an atypical Bob Huggins team simply because they couldn't score. This year's team can score. They're always going to be gritty defensively. They're always going to be physical. They're always going to try to intimidate you with their play physically. That is never going to change as long as Bob Huggins is on that sideline. But offensively, this team is much more skilled. He's only returning 2 or 3 players off last year's group, the transfer portal. As a matter of fact, all 4 of his 5 starters have come from the portal, and they have added an infusion of offense, which gives this West Virginia team a real chance. I think they're an NCAA tournament team. Again, I'm not just saying that to say it. They've manhandled Pittsburgh. They beat Florida by almost 30 points. Their only 2 losses were to Purdue, who arguably is a Final Four contender, and at Xavier, and they led that game at the Cintas Center in Cincinnati for the majority of the game, and then Xavier made plays at the end. So West Virginia is very, very good. We're going to have to play as well as we had all year to give ourselves a chance.
Listen, I know everybody's got a path to the tournament by winning your conference tournament like you guys did last year. But the reality is that a win like Saturday would help you not only tell you where you are as a program and a team, but it would help you maybe if something happens in your conference tournament, get a good resume win on the road to get the selection committee to look at you on Selection Sunday. Do you sell that to your guys that maybe we're playing for March this Saturday?
Oh, yeah, of course we do. We talk about it. I think, kids are pretty aware. You've got to be careful and understand how your team handles, pressure and stress and such. You don't want to put them in a position where they're uncomfortable. I want us to go in there and play loose and free and play to the strengths of our team, which I think are plentiful. We're sitting here at 7-1. We've won 6 in a row. We're sitting here at 38 in the Ken Palm. The highest the program's ever been was, briefly after I talked to you guys last time at 36. So we're trending in the right areas. We've got opportunities. We go in as a prohibitive underdog at West Virginia. So we're going to go in there and give it a shot. This is a game that certainly would have real magnitude if you put yourself in the position in March.
Andy Kennedy with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He is presented each week by Legacy Community Federal Credit Union. We had Huggy Bear on before this game last year. He was grumpy as crap. Y'all remember that interview?
Yes.
Grumpy. So maybe he'll be grumpy after UAB beats them. Shot quality is what you lead the nation in, Coach. Shot quality. Tell me what that means.
Well, it's just a metric that just ranks offensive efficiency. And, again, there's 363 teams in Division I basketball, and based on that analytical formula, it says that the UAB Blazers have the most efficient offense, i.e. shot quality. And, I can't sit here and begin to explain all the ins and outs of that. I think we do work hard to try to get quality looks, and we've got a number of different guys that are capable of making them. We're sitting here averaging around 90 points per game. We're, as I said, we're the 25th most offensive efficient team in college basketball, and I don't even think we're close. We're certainly not close to where we can be defensively. We've got to do a much better job of containing the bounce. We've got to do a much better job of eliminating some of our unnecessary fouls. But offensively, I think we've got great room for growth as well. We're not finishing at the rim at the rate that I know that we're capable, and we've got a number of guys outside of Jelly that are capable of knocking down perimeter shots. We've got to hopefully continue to work and put our guys in a position to do just that.
So Dunaway's got a great Bob Huggins story that he's told a couple of times on the air. I'm sure you working for Huggy Bear for 5 years, you've got a million of them. Is there one you could tell us?
Guys, I have got so many stories, and I know we're on a format now where I can say whatever I want and not have to worry about the FCC. But I do have to worry about Bob Huggins' wife, my wife, and the NCAA, my boss, his boss. So there's a few things I can't say, but I was with him for 4 years. Man, we had some incredible stories. I've seen him pull a kid kid was jawing at him one time as we were walking off the floor. And Uggs, I don't think you could do this now. And this was, I think we're past the statute of limitations, but Uggs just reached up in the stands and pulled him to the floor, just flipped him right out of the stands onto his back. His cell phone skirted out. It was one of the old flip phones back in those days, and the cell phone went out, and I just went smashed it with my boot as hard as I could. That kid had a bad day.
Oh, that's terrific. All right, Coach, good luck in the game. We'll see you next week, and hope you come back from Morgantown with a dub.
Hey, I do too, guys. Thank you.
All right, good talking with you as always. That is Andy Kennedy with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline presented by Legacy.
Yeah, Legacy Credit Union is who you can depend on, and they've been proving it to Birmingham and the UAB community since 1955. That's our friends at Legacy Credit Union, a proud sponsor of UAB. So, too, is Way to Wellness, a big part of our community right here. Leslie and her board-certified team can help you get into shape for the 2023 seasons of your life. Right now, you can go to this website at planforme.com, and find out everything they have to offer right there. No contract, no sign-up fees, and the first consultation is absolutely free. The website is a planforme.com, and again, all those benefits, plus you can get your blood pressure in check, cholesterol in check. They continue to monitor you all the way through the program as you lose weight. It is Way to Wellness. The website, a planforme.com. It's a journey to healthy living, Way to Wellness. The conversation continues on the other side with college football. A very interesting Bama and Bourbon this week with Aaron Suttles and Lance Taylor. That's available for you right now on all of our video platforms. And don't forget, tonight we got Raiders and Rams kicking off a Thursday night of football, 7:15 on Prime. The Raiders trying to sneak back in the playoff position. And Brown, before you tell us about Nichols Outfitters, more Raiders fans or Rams fans tonight?
Oh, Raiders fans.
Raiders fans, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
In Los Angeles,
yeah,
more Raiders fans.
You're back in their original state there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say absolutely more Raiders fans than Rams
That'll
fans.
be crazy, man.
Yeah, I think you've seen a lot of that in the Rams games there in that stadium. Hey, listen, Nichols wants to remind you, select items 30 to 50% off as they try to clear out to make room for the 23 stuff. That means a great idea for Christmas. 30 to 50% off Nichols Outfitters. Exit 242 I-65 in Pelham. Online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following. Water your tree daily. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. And consider smart technology to protect your home. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all from Holly Mack Wilson and anywhere in Alabama, Keller Williams agent.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts. And remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Some of your feedback on Twitter at Next Round Live. Royal Pain with 2 points. A little of it's dead wood. Back to our discussion way back in hour one on you guys being upset maybe if Bryce Young or Will Anderson sits out the Sugar Bowl. And I said I'm more excited about seeing the guys who are going to be here for 2023. I don't keep up with playing time or any of that. All of you guys, including Royal Pain, pointing out that if Ty Simpson quarterbacks and plays in this game, he burns a redshirt year. He's appeared in 4 games, including a brief appearance in the Austin Peay game, which, as Royal Pain now says, looks like a mistake.
Yeah, well, in hindsight, yes, because you would like to get him more playing time in this game if Bryce Young doesn't play. I think it's silly still that a bowl game would count against a red shirt. That is the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Well, with that said, I think you almost make it his decision because, if he ends up being really good, then he's probably not going to be around for 4 years.
Yeah, it feels like we quit worrying about red shirts at some point, especially with a really good quarterback.
And I have a feeling before Ty Simpson's time eligibility is up in college, we will have the 5 years to play 5 years to play 5.
Yeah,
I mean,
just play 5 years.
You
no
play
red
5
shirt.
years, no red shirt.
Yeah, but, you have to thread a pretty good line, or a pretty good needle, excuse me. You have to thread a pretty good needle to be a good enough college quarterback that I'd want you to start for 4 consecutive years, but not quite good enough to go to the NFL. I don't know how you thread that needle at Alabama.
Wait, help remind me, we talked about LSU's bowl situation last year. Was it not Nussmeier that didn't want to play because he was burning his red shirt?
And again, now Eli Drinkwitz, I don't know what player it is about, but they have appealed to the NCAA to get a waiver And if the NCAA that a bowl game would not account against his players' eligibility as far as redshirt goes, if they get that waiver, then I guess the floodgates are open at that point.
right.
But even he has said we're not going to get it. We're just appealing it.
Could be good for everybody at that point. And Royal Payne goes on to says, if Deion Sanders wins 9 games at any point at Colorado, he's gone to a new job at that point. I don't know how long Deion's planning on coaching. Obviously, his kids are still playing and getting a chance now to play for him at Jackson State and moving to Colorado. I don't know if his desire is to keep coaching after they are done playing college football or not. If it is, then you're exactly right. If you win 9 games or a lot at Colorado, you can pack up and move to a bigger job, or you keep rolling with what you've built.
Okay, if in 3 seasons Colorado is consistently among the top 15 recruiting on 24/7 and on 3 and all these sites, right? They're consistently among the top 15, and they play for a conference championship game. Why would the school not hire him? He's proven he can recruit in a really tough situation at Colorado, and he's backed it up on the field. I mean, why would you not want to hire the guy?
And you get guys like George Kliavkoff saying, no, we're slow playing our media rights deal for reasons exactly like Deion Sanders. We now are going to ask for more money. We're going to ask for more money now from our media rights partners because Deion Sanders are in our conference. Now, there have been a couple of former Fox executives who have come out since George made that comment yesterday and said there's not one person in athletics that would have changed our media rights deal. That one person cannot swing that. But you have to admit, Colorado games are more interesting. I don't know if it's enough to move your media rights deal money, but I'll watch more Colorado football now because of Deion Sanders.
Absolutely. And, I'm not going to be surprised if game days on their campus week 2 against Nebraska.
Yeah, I watched them one game this year. It was TCU. They played TCU. It seemed like on a Friday night or something. And it was close for a minute, and then TCU blew their doors off. This was before we knew how good TCU was going to be, obviously. But we have taught more Colorado football in the last week than we have in probably our 10 years together, 12 years, however long we've been together, combined. Yep. And that is a credit to Deion Sanders. Jason Garrett, reportedly a hot commodity for Stanford, according to Stuart Mandel.
To be the head coach there.
To be the head coach, yeah.
They've had some great guys who've coached there and gone back to the NFL after going there. Dr. B will get your hair back, LT.
Look, one of our next round viewers, listeners, just reached out to Dr. B a couple of minutes ago and is getting a consultation. This is what I recommend. If you're thinning at all, be preemptive about this. I started to lose my hair about 18 months ago. That's when I started to ask around. Everybody said Dr. Beckenstein, the best in the business. Just had that second hair analysis done. We got the results back. Hair's already 14% thicker. Still pretty early in the treatment. Just started my second phase. Already have significant growth. Dr. B, the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered the use of neograft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. T3hair.net for more information. That's T3hair.net. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. Tell him the next round sent you. Again, for more information, T3hair.net.
Jace on Twitter as well at Next Round Live. Back to the Purdue job. I don't think he's up for it, but for some reason I just pictured Dino Babers as the next Purdue coach. Oh, his name is mentioned, Jace. I've got an interesting list from The Athletic. I gave you a couple earlier with Dave Clawson and Matt Campbell, which if they move there, that would be a sign they're not happy of where the ACC and the Big 12 could be in the future, or their program where they are in the new landscape of college football. But how about these names that are Jim Leonard, first off? People are thinking maybe from him to there. Yeah. We talked about that a bit yesterday. Joe Moorhead, who I think's at Akron right now. Joe Moorhead to Purdue.
It was not great at Mississippi State. It was good as a coordinator in that conference at Penn State. And you would hope, hey, look, the guy's a good offensive mind. He picks right up where Braum left off, and we just keep having a good offense.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a disaster at Mississippi State.
500-ish.
But it was just very average.
Dino Babers is on that list from Syracuse. You'd almost think the same thing about Clawson moving from Wake to Purdue. Syracuse to Purdue seems about the same job to me.
Oh,
a little bit of a step up.
Yeah. I just think I think Syracuse is an awful job right now. Awful venue. It's got to be difficult to recruit there based on the map of the ACC.
Yeah, I think that's an obvious improvement if I can go from Syracuse to Purdue.
And he's had bad years, but he's had a 10-win year. He was 7-5 this year. He's had some really good players come through there. He did a great job at Bowling Green. I think a change of scenery would be good for Dino.
This guy was 3-7 last year in the USFL. Kevin Sumlin's name is circling at Purdue as well.
I mean, look, it started great at Texas A&M and faded fast, and it never got off the ground at Arizona.
And really good at Houston.
And then,
yeah, you're right. He was good at Houston, to be fair.
And then one other guy, a guy who used to be with Jeff Brom, which means this could be, an easy slide in. He's now the head coach at Western Kentucky, Tyson Helton. And who could he take with him?
Well, he could take his quarterback, Alston Reed. Produced some great quarterbacks over the years, and Alston Reed.
So much so they're called the cradle of quarterbacks.
The cradle
Brownie.
of quarterbacks, and they always have a really good receiver there. Always. It was weird under Brom. He always had a really good receiver, and this year was no exception.
Came from Iowa, I believe.
Yeah, Charlie Jones. It was David Bell last year. Charlie Jones transferred over. I don't know why. Charlie Jones could have transferred basically anywhere. He could have been Alabama's number one receiver by far.
Gus kept calling him Charlie Sizzle on the game the other night.
And by the way, Iowa's got two more of their better receivers in the portal now.
How do you know they're a good receiver if they're at Iowa?
That's right. And most people are like, why don't they just go to Purdue, just like Charlie did? Charlie Sizzle.
Yeah, I don't know. Helton would be interesting. That Helton family is known for offense. Clay has turned it around at Georgia Southern. Tyson had a really good offense at Western Kentucky.
Especially last year.
Yeah, that'd be a really interesting hire. And you're already recruiting that general area if you're him. Like, Tyson Helton, Western Kentucky's in Bowling Green. That's not terribly far from West Lafayette.
Yep.
You're probably hitting a lot of those southern Indiana schools in recruiting already.
Yeah, so that's interesting on the Purdue job as that continues to circulate out there. Yesterday I told you about Frank Harris, the quarterback at UTSA, having a meeting with all the big business people in San Antonio. It was exactly what we thought. He's coming back for a 7th season of college football. He's going to be the quarterback at UTSA again. He completes 71% of his passes. They called it a 6-figure deal for him at UTSA with the businessmen there. And he has it set up where his teammates will make some money as well. Big keep for UTSA.
Oh, huge. I mean, he's one of the best Group 5 players out there. Again, obviously a ton of experience, but watching him the last couple of years under Jeff Traylor, he's an electric dude and, just a ton of production. And I'd love to see they're out of conference next year. Because, this is a team that they continue just to restock. And it's one of the best Group 5 programs out there.
While Brown looks for that 2023 Roadrunner schedule, I'll tell you, if you're a fan of Alabama, Auburn, and UAB, you're looking for a great gift right now, the Pants Store can provide that for you really easy right now. Get that thing wrapped and under the tree and ready to go for Christmas this year. 7 great locations: Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and down in Auburn now, the new location, the Pants Store. Pantstore.com, or follow them on social media, the Pants Store. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile, and all the great fashion designed specifically for women as well. Fits perfectly under the tree. 7 locations and online at pantstore.com.
They open Saturday, September 2nd at Houston. Very winnable game.
They lost that game in triple overtime this year.
It was a fantastic game in the Alamo Dome. Saturday, September 9th, they host Texas State. That should be a win. Saturday, September 16th, they host Army. And then Saturday, September 23rd, they are on the road in Knoxville, Tennessee against the Volunteers.
That's tough.
Bet the over, though.
That is not what you want to see coming to town usually.
But, they were 12 wins last year, 11 wins this year, possibility to get to 12 again. I mean, that's pretty incredible.
No, he's done a really good job, yeah.
And I can't wait to all the country songs about, stealing a girl from San Antonio and taking her back to Tennessee.
Barkley said those women are ugly in San Antonio.
He did. He need a truck to carry him back to Knoxville.
What rhymes with San Antonio? That's going to be a tough one right there.
Or maybe she's a road runner. She's a gunner. She's a lot funner.
Midnight toker.
She's a funner. She's a lot funner than most. All right, tell us. We're done the Pants Store. Never mind.
Yes, you have, Jeff.
Josh Heupel, while we're talking Tennessee, cut 3, Rockstar. How important is this for Josh Heupel, this Orange Bowl? Now, it's not a playoff game, so we go exhibition here. But Heupel and trying to put a cherry on the top for what this program has done this year to try to keep momentum going. Here's Josh Heupel talking about playing Clemson in the Orange Bowl.
Obviously, there's a lot of kids that opt out of bowl games these days, with this being such a big, iconic game, and it's been a while for Tennessee. Do you expect most of your guys to be there?
Yeah, I certainly expect most of our guys to be there. There's guys that are still gaining information, and guys that were nicked up on the back half of the season that got to see where they get to here over the coming days and make a smart, educated decision for them and their future. But this is a special football game. This is important to our program. It's important to our players inside of the locker room, especially. I certainly believe that we'll have, a majority, if not a full roster when we get down there for it.
Well, he left not just one door open. He left them all open there. Some players nicked up at the end of the year. Got to make smart medical decisions. It means a lot to our program. We'll see as they make get more information. Every door was open for them to have opt-outs.
Well, I mean, this is the biggest bowl game they have been to in 10 or 15 years. So obviously you want to show well. I guarantee you a ton of Tennessee fans will go to this game.
Oh, yeah. I talked to our friend Mondelli last night. He's heading down from Atlanta, taking the whole family.
I mean, again, they have not been in this type of bowl situation since the Fulmer years, basically.
So my question is there anything that can happen that waters down what has happened this season for Tennessee?
No, it's a bowl game.
Or has it already happened, Brown?
It happened in Columbia, South Carolina.
That you already thought you were in the playoffs and you lost that game. And we'd say this all the time. If you told us 10-2 with a win over Alabama back in August, you would have taken that right then. But for some reason, we sit here today and feel a little disappointed.
Well, just because if you played that game 9 times or 10 times, you win it 9 times against South Carolina, more than likely. I say that. Of course, South Carolina backed it up with a win over Clemson.
Yeah.
And ironically, Clemson and Tennessee now, isn't it weird? Instead of being in the college football playing each other in Miami, thanks to Shane Bieber.
Yeah. There is nothing that can happen in that game that would give you a worse taste than what you left Columbia, South Carolina with. That was a game with real meaning. That game knocked you out of the college football playoff. It completely slammed the door on you going to Atlanta. Well, I guess that door had already been slammed by losing to Georgia. But, I mean, everything you had earned at that point, you lost in that one game. So, yeah, I mean, that was the worst night at Tennessee football this year, and there's nothing that can happen in a game against Clemson that is going to trump that.
But, boy, if you go and beat Clemson and beat them really good in that setting, it does continue that momentum.
There's no doubt.
Into whatever the next step of the offseason is.
The most fascinating part of this game to me is Cade Klubnik against that secondary. Everybody that played that secondary, except for the first-round draft pick Will Levis, who threw for 98 yards and 2 interceptions somehow, everybody scorched that secondary. And Klubnik's making his second start in this game and was really good against North Carolina against their bad defense. I wonder, that's the most fascinating thing for me to watch is how does he look against that Tennessee Everybody threw it on Tennessee this year.
Tripp says, I'll bet LT's left nut, which is always up for grabs on this show, that Cedric Tillman skips out of this game. Danny says, love our coach. Coach Hype, go Big Orange there. And Greg, we have talked about it, but Tennessee absolutely would have been in the college football playoffs if they had not lost to South
100%.
Carolina.
Might even be
could be as high as a 2 seed, well, 3 seed.
Yeah, I don't think they'd be in front of Michigan, but I think they could be the 3 and TCU would be the 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably were. That's probably the case you'd have right there.
I would think so.
To avoid those rematches. All right, when we come back, we'll do our spotlight today. The thing that has surprised you the most in the last 7 days. The biggest surprise can be any sport, anything. The biggest surprise in your life the last 7 days. Rockstar, if you'll chime in with us, man, we would appreciate that. It's coming up in the spotlight when we come back right here in the next round, being brought to you in part today by our friends at Buzz. Remember, it's the app that's easy to help get you BUZD'd.
Yeah, hey, look, the fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience stores. Buzz combines the best of service and delivery industries to create this unique to Alabama and first-of-its-kind service. Found on your app store, Buzzed. Again, download it right now, BUZD. Use that code NEXTROUND, 15% off your first order. If you're throwing a party, holiday party, you run out of supplies, these guys will deliver it to you. From the Delta 8, great alcohol, from bourbons, craft beers. They've got a ton of tobacco, adding inventory constantly. From downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everything in between, we bring the buzz to you. Get Buzz. There it is. Download it. Try it. See what you think. I've had 1 million people do it. They all swear by it. BUZD Buzz.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Fall is here and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
You know that sound anywhere. It's the crisp crunch of that first nacho chip. With its perfect cheese to sour cream ratio sitting atop a layer of delicious beans, it's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi and we've achieved absolute nacho nirvana. Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping, there's no topping a cool Pepsi finish. Nachos, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
Hey, you take the Dubs anywhere you can get them, and I had a big win last holiday season when I went to our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa and bought a package for Maggie. Rockstar, you got a dub with this last year as well, too, at Woodhouse, didn't you?
I got bonus points for getting a pregnancy massage for my wife that she waited till the 0 hour to do it, but she loved it.
Yep. So many different relaxing services they provide at the Woodhouse Day Spa. I met with these guys again last week. They're the best in Birmingham. This Christmas, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. Choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatments, skin care, waxing, nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. You can order that special person gift online 24/7. Birmingham.woodhousespas.com. That's Birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift cards are a simple solution. You know, a lot of guys don't like to put a lot of thought into it. You can buy them 24/7 online or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa. Tell them the Next Round sent you.
By the way, Greg Byrne says he's not against somewhere down the road, maybe Alabama scheduling a neutral site game, but that they're in the home business right now.
That's good to hear. I think the fans are pretty much done with those neutral sites.
Not ruling them out, but they're in the home-to-home business right now. And we'll see if that changes in college football when everybody gets to their space. But right now, with the need for quality home games, you can understand why you're not going to play a quality neutral site game somewhere. That from Greg Byrne yesterday. And how about Aaron Judge betting on himself? Remember last year during the season, the Yankees offered him $213.5 million and a shorter length of contract to where he could have made a ton of money and then again one other time in his life hit free agency. He decided to bet on himself, and that paid off 2 days ago with a $146.5 million raise. So he got not only the $213.5 million they were adding, add $146.5 million on top of that to get to the contract he ended up getting from the Yankees. It was a roll of the dice, but it was 140 because it was before the season when they offered that to him.
Yeah, look, I think I get a little better at negotiating the older I get. But at 30, I would have jumped at that offer.
No doubt.
213.
Yeah. Please give it to me. Good to go. You just wonder if he would have taken it in the offseason. Does he have the season he just had?
I wonder if he knew he had that juice ball when he said no.
I don't know, but it worked out for him. He bet on himself, and it worked well. College football's regular season's over, so our Thursday spotlight changing from Thursday tradition that Brown did a wonderful job with all year to our Thursday surprise, something that has surprised you in the last week. And it doesn't have to be college football. It can be anything. And it's brought to you by our friends at Baumhower's.
Hey, they want to remind you at Baumhower's Victory Grill, not only celebrating 40 years, the holidays are here. Baumhower's is kicking off the season in style. If you're planning a holiday party, they've got you covered with delicious, legendary party-ready tray selections. From the always fresh buttermilk fried chicken tenders to the homemade Nana's chicken salad. Then, of course, their world-famous buffalo chicken wings. They've also got gift cards available. Need a stocking stuffer for the holidays? Baumhower's Victory Grill, they've got you covered with their popular gift cards. And now, through December 24th, you'll receive a $5 bonus card with every $25 gift card purchase. That's from our friends at Baumhower's Victory Grill.
All right, Damien, we'll get to your question in the next segment. But right now, biggest surprise for you in the last week. LT, start us off. What do you have, man?
Baker to L.A.
LA's always needed a good baker.
Well, you know, I didn't understand this. I saw some people that are, they do some Rams podcast and stuff, and they were talking about why wouldn't we pick up Baker down the stretch these final 5 games to see what he can do? Well, because you've got a top 10 quarterback in Matt Stafford when he's healthy. Let John Wolford play, but I'm going to support. I'm going to pull for him.
Normally in this situation, you would say, why make any extra effort to win games? Let's just get the best draft pick possible. But you guys, it doesn't really matter because y'all don't get any draft picks.
No, and I think that's what Sean McVay has relayed to these guys. Play like professionals.
Yeah, may as well play.
Represent.
That's right. May as well play to win now because we're not helping ourselves in the draft.
Yeah, no need to tank.
Yeah.
Yours looks prettier than mine, Brown, so I'll go ahead and go next.
Jim.
My surprise over the last week or so is this right here.
Yeah, no, that's surprising.
Trent Dilfer?
Trent Dilfer, UAB head coach.
Never heard his name one time. Mark Ingram did an incredible job of keeping that quiet.
Yeah, go back a week. Both of these 2 things would have shocked me. That more, probably.
But Trent Dilfer at UAB, let me tell you why. Because for me, most of my life was Jim Hillier, God rest his soul, was a club football coach, and he started the program. Then it was Watson Brown. Watson Brown wasn't on the way up, right?
No, Watson Brown had horrible jobs, had a horrible record. He was a nice guy everybody liked, but yeah.
Garrick McGee, And
Dud hire, Neil Callaway.
Neil Callaway was on his way down. Garrick McGee may get a chance to be a coach again, but didn't handle that job well at all. Then you had Bill Clark, who was on his way up.
Oh, yeah, coming from Jack State. Yeah, it was a step up.
And you see what it did for the program. And here's Trent Dilfer. Instead of getting somebody else who was on the way down, here's Trent Dilfer, who, if he's going to do anything, is on the way up. These are always gambles, but at least he's not a retread or somebody who's on their way down in the business. He's on his way up or out, whatever works for him.
I mean, I know some of the people that supposedly reached out for this job, know some of the names. And I think Mark Ingram could have hired a name you recognized from college football that was on his way down and had been fired.
Poor Trent.
I know. Trent just got thrown to the floor by Dunaway.
Save that clip.
I know.
Landmine in action.
Well, let's hope we don't need that one. But I applaud him for doing something out of the box. We'll see if it works. I mean, Trent talks a good game, obviously, and everybody knows his name. That's a very small part of it right now.
Yeah.
I'm sold right now just based on press conference.
Yeah. Press conference wins 0 games.
Yep. What about you, Brown?
I drew a Christmas tree. Now let me.
It's like those snack cakes version.
It does, yeah.
Do you like those? I'm not a big fan.
It's too sweet.
They kind of leave a film in the
I don't like any
too.
of them.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan. I drew a Christmas tree. So my wife's favorite musical group was in town last night at Iron City. Johnny Swim. Lance, you've probably never heard them. Rockstar, you've probably never heard them.
I've heard them through you.
I've heard them through you.
I know Dunaway has heard them because the women love them, man. Women love Johnny Swim. And you know why the men love them?
Because women love them.
And you know what they sing a lot about? It's husband-wife duo.
College football.
Relationships and making love.
Oh, okay.
So the men love it too because the women love hearing that music, man.
Are there a bunch of single chicks there?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess. Yeah. I didn't really pull the crowd.
No,
Lance,
I'm just
but-
saying because we went, the funniest thing, not to interrupt your story, but when we went to that boy band review,
Yeah.
it was 95% single chicks.
Yeah, I mean, it's a young crowd that likes them. We were among the oldest people there. I hate to admit that, but it is the truth.
Is the couple old?
They're probably in their mid-30s.
Okay.
Yeah, probably in their mid-30s.
I'd say 40 to 35. Yeah. I'd say late 30s.
Yeah, okay. Late 30s. So last night we stopped at a local place for dinner, had a very nice dinner, and the server comes over. I says, I just need to settle up with you. She goes, actually, sir, someone took care of your dinner. Great listener, viewer of the show in the restaurant there, saw my family there, decided to pay for our dinner. That was fantastic. But the biggest surprise of the night, they were doing a lot of Christmas stuff at this concert, and they had a big screen up, and they were doing I'll Be Home for Christmas, and they were showing some videos and photos of them as kids, like for Christmas, and then all of a sudden there's my youngest daughter on the screen. I was like, what? And I looked at my wife, and she's just smiling, and like 2 clicks later, there I am in my Next Round sweatshirt doing laps on a hoverboard. And then a couple clips later, there's my oldest daughter opening a gift. I'm like, what the crap? It's on the screen for this. And people start blowing my wife's phone up that are at the place that know her. Like, your family's all over the screen. Jennifer had apparently looked at their Instagram story, and they're like, hey, if you're at the concert in Birmingham tonight and you got some family Christmas pictures or videos, send them to us. We'll put them on the screen.
Oh, fantastic.
So they're right in the middle of this song, and all of a sudden my family's all over the screen. I'm like, this is the weirdest thing. That's a surprise, Jim.
Yeah, I like that. That's
Johnny Swim.
I got one. You know, you told me to get
that's right,
remember you
Rocky.
wanted me to
Yeah,
do
What
one.
surprised you, Rockstar?
I'm going to give you a number.
I forget you have a dry erase board sometimes.
I don't ever use it.
$2 billion? $2 billion?
Is that a lot to you guys?
That is a lot of money, Rockstar. I take half that.
Do you guys think you perform well under pressure?
I do not know.
I mean, it just depends on what we're doing.
That's the number that James Cameron, Avatar 2, has to make to break even.
Are you kidding
$2
me?
billion.
To break even?
Yes. That's very surprising to me.
Rave reviews right now. Everybody's saying it is the best Avatar yet.
Well, I mean, this is the second one.
Second one. You know what's so funny is I've got a friend. He is like diehard. Like Avatar is one of his favorite films, and he said this one's 10 years in the making.
Oh, it's been taken. Have you? Sometimes I look at Rotten Tomatoes where it says what's coming up. It'll say Avatar 2 for the past like 6 years. It'll say Avatar 2 coming in December next year. Avatar 2 moved to December of 2018. Avatar moved to, and he's already said he's finished writing 6 and 7. So he's wanting to make a ton of these.
Did you see James Cameron said we need to eliminate testosterone?
I think we're on the way.
He called it a deadly toxin.
Weird.
What are these Hollywood people, man? What are they? The stuff they come up with.
So in the cylinder, if you will, waiting to be released, Avatar or Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, which one's longer?
Oh my God, Avatar. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was the most talked about.
Yeah, it was just 2 years of talking about that.
I know, but it was funny because we had every update on Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
And it lived up to the hype.
It did. All right, that's Baumhower's Spotlight today. Things that surprised us the last 7 days.
Yeah, and don't forget, gift cards are available if you need that stocking stuffer now through December 24th. You'll receive a $5 bonus card with every $25 gift card purchase from our friends at Baumhower's. And how about his chili? After years of perfecting the recipe, the method, and the ingredients, this hearty classic is one of Bob's favorite. Made from scratch with hearty beef tips, ground beef topped with jalapeno peppers, fresh diced red onions, Monterey Jack cheese, and fresh cilantro sour cream. Cups only $3.99, bowls only $6.49. Get in, try it today at Baumhower's Victory Grill.
Yeah, and Damien, while Brown pulls up our poll question from today, Damien, we'll get to your question in our next segment. Which SEC team has become the biggest question mark in 2023 because of NFL declarations, portal, and all that stuff? We'll get into that conversation when we come back. Cowan Equipment brings us the poll question every day. Cowan Equipment, that new seat piece of equipment right there from our friends at Cowan Equipment LT.
Yeah, Cowan Equipment, they have been with us since day one, and they are proud to partner with the Next Round on our venture here, and they would love for you to partner with them, your company, for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, Cowan.com.
Yeah. We asked you about the basketball weekend coming up. What do you think our three big state teams do? Alabama's playing number 1 Houston, number 11 Auburn against Memphis. UAB is at West Virginia. 2-1 won the poll, 57%. 28% think 1-2, 12% think 3-0, and 3% said 0-3.
Yeah, so very few people think we do the extremes, 3-0 and 0-3.
That'd be good.
Yeah, 3-0 would be fantastic. 0-3 would be disappointing with the teams we got playing this weekend. But it's a big challenge, a big basketball weekend ahead. We talked to Andy Kennedy earlier. You can go and hear our interview with Andy at nextroundlive.com. Don't forget Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling, bringing you the show today. We'll have a Drinks for Dunaway. Drinks with Dunaway out pretty soon as well. Remember, drink responsibly this year with our friends at Redmond. Redmond Distilling, your official vodka of the Next Round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Looking for the perfect gift for everyone on your Christmas list? This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store, and I invite you to do your Christmas shopping at the New Balance Birmingham store. Everyone needs new shoes this time of year, and they'll want stylish shoes that fit perfectly. At New Balance Birmingham, you'll find the largest selection and inventory for a specialty shoe store. We have every size from extra wide to extra narrow. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Life financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selection since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Back with you on the Next Round. Injuries are part of everything happening in football. We'll wait and see who opts out and uses injury either as a legitimate excuse or as an excuse not to play in any of these bowl games. But it's a big part of tonight's NFL game, the Raiders and the Rams. You've got a healthy Adams, a healthy Josh Jacobs. They lead the league in touchdowns and running backs for the Raiders. Meanwhile, the Rams, every star you have, Kupp, Stafford, Donald, not playing tonight because of injuries. If you're beat up right now, you can get back into the game thanks to our friends at Precision Sports.
Yeah, Precision Sports. But what you didn't say, Dunaway, is we've got guys like Skoranek and Powell.
That's right, Jim. All those household names.
Tutu Atwell.
It was hard to work that into our Precision Sports ad there, but I'm sure they're going to have 11 on the field.
Hey, 'tis the season to make your plans to get moving in 2023. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they encourage you to start out 2023 with less pain. Schedule any elective orthopedic procedures you've been putting off. Make an appointment. Start saving today. PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/providers.
Chris Rodriguez did announce he's out of the bowl game for Kentucky. So if you thought that game could get any worse offensively, it just did.
So no Will Levis, now no Chris Rodriguez.
That's 70. I think I read 72% of their offense out of that game, and that's a crap offense.
And it was 31.5 Kentucky and Iowa, right? The total. So that's got to be going down, right?
Yeah, I'll double check on that. Yeah.
So it was 31.5. So it's going down a little bit. Damian asked the question in our Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, because of NFL declarations and portal and such like that, which SEC team now has become a bigger question mark for next year? Before you answer, portal yesterday, Mississippi State defensive lineman Cameron Young, who's a stud for State, he's on his way to the NFL. Florida linebacker Ventrell Miller, he's on his way to the NFL. Notre Dame tight end Michael Mayer, no surprise, he's on his way to the NFL. If I asked you with Damian right there, Damian's question, biggest question mark as a result of the portal and NFL declarations going to into next year SEC? Which one has sort of popped to mind for you now?
Well, I mean, Kentucky, just based on the fact that we had an expectation they could get back to 10 wins this year, and they underachieved, and now you've got
Levis and Rodriguez going.
Levis and Rodriguez, your two best offensive players going.
I never can
Cavassier.
say Cavassier Smoke hit the portal as well.
The portal. Texas A&M to date, Brown, right now has 19.
That was mine. Yeah.
19 players.
But, because you could look at it two ways, Dunaway. You could say, well, they suck this year, so I think you kind of know. But, again, this is – everybody keeps telling me Jimbo – or not everybody. The story out of Texas A&M for the Jimbo supporters is, hey, he's continuing to build. This is a build, a build, a build, a build. How does a build work if you lose 19 guys? Some of those are major contributors off a team that was already bad. That was mine. I don't know. I think we thought this year Alabama was going to win the West, which by the way they did not, and Texas A&M was going to finish second, and then everybody else was battling not to finish last. Yeah. That was kind of what everybody thought in Atlanta for SEC Media Days.
And if Texas A&M did that with that recruiting class as they got older, Texas A&M was going to be the team to beat. But they're not just losing, troublemakers like the DB who's off to the portal, and he is a troublemaker and was suspended 6 games. They lost 5-star wide receiver Chris Marshall, who was a freshman yesterday. He was their 19th guy in the portal. Some of those big 5-star guys that made up the nation's #1 recruiting class. Was that the best recruiting class of all time last year?
I don't know if by the ratings it was.
It was discussed, though, as one of the best recruiting classes of all time.
Yeah.
And so many of those guys have left now.
Yeah, I mean, it's alarming if I'm a Texas A&M fan because we were already bad with this recruiting success we've had, and now actually contributing guys are gone. So I was going to flip it around and say, if we did a poll right now you did a poll, do you think Alabama would be picked to win the West next year?
Yes.
I agree. Do you think A&M would be picked to finish last?
No.
Not
would
last.
be Auburn?
No.
State?
I think we go one of the Mississippi.
Ole Miss, Arkansas?
I would probably go – I think I would go Arkansas.
Yeah, I think it would be tough.
Will Rogers is coming back, right?
Will Rogers coming back. KJ Jefferson, I don't know.
No, he said he's coming back. Last I saw, KJ Jefferson has said he's coming back.
I think I would go Arkansas.
Would you? In front of A&M?
No.
Man, it's hard to believe there was only 3 teams that had 2-6 records and didn't make bowls in the SEC. And 2 of those 3, we know Vanderbilt, but 2 of the 3, Auburn and A&M.
Yeah.
Speaking of Auburn, Dustin's an Auburn fan. With players opting out in the coaching carousel, is the only thing holding the non-college football playoff bowl games together money?
Yes.
It is that and the desire for whatever reason for college football to still want to do the bowl games.
Yeah.
It's programming is what it is. If you want to get down to it, all it is programming for ESPN.
Yeah, because even with guys opting out, ESPN will get big TV numbers on these. And you're right, it is just programming. And a lot of these old school coaches, Nick Saban one of them, really believe in this archaic bowl system. It meant a lot to the coaches when they were young and the players when they were young. The bowls were a big deal. Now they're exhibition games, and I think sometimes for guys that have been in the game as long as Nick Saban has, that's hard to swallow. But I don't think we'll ever have a system without bowl games. There's too much money involved. I think we just got to, as fans, accept that we're watching exhibition football, and there are going to be guys that are going to opt out and they're going to treat it as such. They're going to treat it like an exhibition game.
Remember, it truly was an exhibition game back in the day. As late as 1973, the AP awarded their national champion right there after Thanksgiving weekend for the regular season, and everything after that was a exhibition to the AP poll, including Alabama and Notre Dame that year.
It seems like a boring way to do it.
It really does.
And I try not to be the one that tells people you should think this way or shouldn't think this way. I just give my opinion. You can love it, hate it, whatever. I'm not saying you have to adopt it. I will say, because I've done this in my life, the quicker you accept that these are exhibition games, the less these guys sitting out is going to get you wound up. Because people are wound up over in the chat room today about who will or will not play for Alabama down in New Orleans. The quicker you accept that's an exhibition game, it probably makes that a little easier to swallow.
And we'll get back into that in the final segment. But if you're a person that likes to play the games against the point spread, knowing which team it means the most to is usually a big advantage for the bowl game, right?
Yeah, it's tough to figure out sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you have to.
Who's playing and who does it mean the most to? Is this a stepping stone to 2023, or is it a disappointment from 2022?
But some of the games, Lance, you say it's hard to figure out. I don't disagree. Some it's a no-brainer. It means more to Kansas State than Alabama.
Yes.
No, it does. But does Alabama still go out there with motivation like they did against Michigan State in 2010?
What you do not know, yeah.
Yeah, but if you catch them like they did against Utah or Oklahoma, it's easy money. Easy money at that point. One more. Caleb says, with Bryce Young possibly going to the NFL, expected, and Drake May staying now at North Carolina, not coming to Alabama, is Jalen Milroe the guy that can win them the West next year? Caleb asking that question.
We had that question for somebody the other day. Is Alabama a championship contender with Jalen Milroe? And they said, yeah. I forgot who it was.
Yeah, it was one of our college football guys.
Somebody said they get butterflies every time he runs the football. I forgot who it was.
I mean, look at Jalen Hurts, though. I mean, I guess that's who he gets compared to the most, the way the power runner he is.
I think a lot of people look at the Arkansas game, and in a lot of ways, Alabama won that game going away, as it turned out, but that got tight, and his play, that 75-yard run, blew that open. Then they look at the A&M game and like, whoo, that was a limited offense with him in there. So which one are you getting? I don't know that it's entirely fair to judge him.
Probably not. I mean, we just didn't see enough of him because Bryce was that good.
Opt-outs and such like that had you guys discussing earlier. We'll get some of those reactions from the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room as we continue on. The portal stories continuing to pop everywhere. I was just looking at one, a developing story there on Twitter, but it's just one player who's being recruited from a D2 school. That's what's really crazy now, is that we're getting to some D2 guys that are becoming hot commodities and jumping up in the portal. When we come back, that discussion about opting out, the show being brought to you by our friends at Slice. Boy, if you're looking for a great lunch today, how about a slice and a salad, or 2 slices and a salad? It's a great special you get at Slice.
Yeah, look, it's the best pizza in all of Birmingham. Stop into one of those great locations of Slice. Remember, there's now 3 locations, soon to be a 4th location coming to Crestline. You've got the original in Lakeview. You got one in Vestavia right down the street. And you've got the one in Baumhower now. It's local pizza. It's local ingredients. And don't forget, you can be a hero on the way home. They've got that family pack, $75 curbside takeout, 12 fire-baked wings, half pan of the salad, the Caesar, the house, the Redmont, the spinach, or the wedge, and any 2 of those specialty pizzas. It's only $75. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country, just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's First Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA. Holly Mack Wilson wants you to have a safe and enjoyable holiday season. To protect your home and keep it safe, Holly suggests the following. Water your tree daily. Keep your packages out of sight from doors and windows. If you travel, secure your home before leaving. Check all electrical circuits and don't overload them. And consider smart technology to protect your home. For more information, call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Happy holidays to all from Holly Mack Wilson and anywhere in Alabama, Keller Williams agent.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. It's time to race around Talladega and help out Toys for Tots. It's happening 9-1, December 10th. That's this Saturday at the Talladega Superspeedway. For a $50 donation per vehicle, you can drive around the track for 3 full, exhilarating laps with all donations going towards Toys for Tots. It's also free to attend and explore the Talladega Garage Experience. We encourage everyone who attends to bring a new unwrapped toy for Toys for Tots. Learn more at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
LT always has a lock for us at The Lance Taylor. It's a free play every day on his social media account at The Lance Taylor. Go like and subscribe to that. Go like us at Next Round Live. It's all brought to you by Hempill. By the way, the Atlanta Falcons, Forster's team, will start their rookie to see what they have in Desmond Ridder moving forward. So Desmond Ridder becomes the starter of the Atlanta Falcons. So that's Ian Rappaport's report over there. He is the future. Or at least,
you at least need to, I don't know if he's the future, but you need to see what you got in it.
Looking to the future, Jim. Read the prompter.
Yeah, the hashtag Falcons are looking to the future, making a quarterback switch to rookie Desmond Ridder.
You got to see what you got in him.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I mean, look,
and what do you got
the
to
season's
lose?
pretty much over. Why not try this out?
Brought to you by our friends at Hempill. If it's not running right, flowing right, or draining right.
Yeah,
right?
For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trusted name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. That is our friends at Hempill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090, giving you a winner tonight at Iowa against Iowa State, the Cyhawk basketball version.
Oh, look out.
Your favorite coach, Fran McCaffrey.
Yeah, Mr. Personality, that guy.
Yeah, well, I got suckered in last night. They popped up on my YouTube TV, the icons. You see the icons of who playing each other.
Yeah.
And I thought the game was last night. I clicked on it, Iowa State last night to watch that. I mean, boom. The female version of Cyhawk.
So I will tell you, and this is pathetic. I know this, but that chick Caitlin Clark that plays for Iowa,
can she play? She baller?
Oh my gosh, yeah, she's ridiculous.
Blakely's Bouquets, one of our great sponsors as well. They brought me a T-shirt. Shelby is really the brains and the beauty behind Blakely's Bouquets.
Yeah, no one will argue
right
that.
there in Homewood. She just brought me a T-shirt as a Christmas gift, and here's what her T-shirt says.
Fade Shelby. That's pretty good.
Yeah, she gets a kick out of the fade Dunaways, all the bad picks that I make. Lock up the Giants this weekend. Easy money. Don't fade Dunaway, fade Shelby. That's a great T-shirt. I can't wait to wear that. Let's see what size they think I am.
Oh, boy.
Blakely's with a large.
Yeah.
Obviously, I look slimmer on their big TV at Blakely's Bouquets.
Oh, so would you be more upset with the large or the double XL?
Double X would have bothered me. XL would have been like, I need to lose a little weight. Large is something to shoot for.
So the double XL is actually what you wear, but you'd be upset with it.
No, I wear the XL. Yeah, this is just a large. It's okay.
You wear the XL up here?
Yeah. Do I look too tight?
Oh, I don't know. I was just asking.
Let's don't end on a bad foot. We got Floribama tomorrow. Look forward to that. Everyone seems to be upset earlier in the chat room about opt-outs. It's split. People understand it. Some people don't understand it. Brown, what was your takeaway from the reaction in the chat room?
I mean, you got a lot of people that cannot imagine that Bryce Young and Will Anderson, that was the discussion there. They're certainly not alone. Bryce Young and Will Anderson wouldn't want to put on that crimson jersey one more time. That it's about Alabama and that jersey and their pride in that program more than protecting their future. I got no problem with it, but I get that a lot of people do. I mean, a lot of people that have watched football their whole life they'd give a leg to play in that crimson jersey, and they can't imagine a player wouldn't do it one more time. Yeah, it's just going to be a difference of opinion. I'm not going to try to convince those people in the chat room that it's okay. They don't need to waste time convincing me that Bryce Young and Will Anderson should feel compelled to put that jersey on one more time.
Well, you know, I had a problem, not a problem. I had more of a problem with it early when this first started with the McCaffrey. But now that this thing has played out, and I've seen in the chat room Jalen Smith when he went down and lost a ton of money with Notre Dame.
Matt Corral last year in the Sugar Bowl.
Well, Jamison Williams.
Yeah, Jamison Williams, that was even in a playoff game.
Yeah, look, he's still getting paid. But, you know, things are different. He just started playing last week. So, I mean, I get it now.
Imagine if that were the Sugar Bowl, how hollow that injury would have felt for Jamison Williams.
Yeah, and if somebody like the Lions didn't say, man, we're okay with him missing half of the season, we're going to go ahead and draft him now and not wait to the second round, it would have changed him forever. Brian over in the chat room, amazing food at the Battery. Going to be a great night tonight. That's where we're headed, 5 to 7, the Battery in Homewood. That's where we'll be for Bud Light game night tonight. Looking forward to that and our friends at Bud Light. Thanks for the wonderful show. Remember to like, subscribe, thumbs up, follow us, hit the bells, blow the whistles, all the stuff you do on all the platforms.
Hit the bell, Rockstar. Thank you.
Thank you, Rocky. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.